1938 AD, 58:32 AM. Germany occupied Austria in a bloodless takeover. Much of Austria was favourable to the Nazi government, seeing how Hitler had employed the people in government-sponsored work programs. The Free Jews and the Germans create a melting point that results in the Kristallnacht riots that result in the arrest of thousands of Jewish males and the burning and destruction of Jewish businesses in Germany. The riots spilled over into Austria as well. Even synagogues burnt to the ground. German physicist Otto Hahn is the first person to split the uranium atom. This was exactly 2,000 years after the 63 BC Roman annexation of Judea. A South African fishing trawler captured a living coelacanth, a marine prehistoric fish known as an index fossil, used to date geologic strata of other life forms found petrified in 70-million-year-old formations. The specimen was 5 foot long, and its existence undermines evolutionary theory. 4 others have since been captured. On October 30th, Orson Welles dramatised H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds for his Mercury Theatre radio program. The broadcast terrified millions of people in America, and a Princeton study later revealed that 6 million people heard the broadcast about aliens from Mars attacking Earth. 1.7 million people believed it was a live broadcast and that Martians were indeed attacking, and 1.2 million people actually acted on this information. Walt Disney's full-length cartoon, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, is released. 1. 20th Century Events. 2. Evolution Cruncher. 3. Crop circles, signs of contact. 1939 AD. Hitler broke free of the international banking cartels that were Jewish-dominated and implemented a barter trade for national resources, virtually eliminating debt and interest. He issued his own German money. World War II was over the issue of Germany's private economy that alienated the Jewish bankers' ability to manipulate or charge interest. The international banking dynasties could not allow the world's free markets to copy what Hitler implemented, for barter would deprive them of vast sums of money. The massive propaganda campaign was initiated against the German people from around the world and was of unprecedented dimensions. Never before had any people wielded so much power over the minds of the nations of the world as did the Jews at this time through their secret monopolies over the world's media giants. As events developed in Europe, the plight of the Jews was announced over and over on radio and in print, and never once was it mentioned that for years Hitler and the German government offered the Jews free transportation and paid migration to Palestine and Egypt. In August, Germany and the USSR under Stalin signed a non-aggression treaty, both Hitler and Stalin planning on invading Poland. On September 1st, Germany and Russia invade Poland. They maintained separate military operations. Later it was discovered by the Germans that the Russians executed 15,000 Polish officers, the mass grave found in 1943. The international community condemns Germany for the invasion, but nothing is said against the USSR. This again is evidence of widespread media manipulation. Many Jews are interned at camps and installations in Germany, Austria and Poland, but no more than other dissidents and enemies of the state. A popular media myth after World War II was the claim that 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis, an outlandish and an unfounded claim. The maximum population of Jews in Germany was 600,000 out of a population of 62 million Germans. Prior to World War II, many Jews, whole families, left Germany into Eastern Europe and the United States, some to Palestine, and others retreated into Europe among their Bolshevik allies. Britain, France, Australia and New Zealand declare war on Germany. The British Expeditionary Force lands in France. Poland then surrenders and the nation is divided between Germany and the USSR. The Jewish-German nuclear physicists Otto Frisch and Lise Meitner play the spy and alert the Allies of the German intent to manufacture atomic bombs. The Germans invade France and capture Paris. World War II begins exactly 20 years after the end of World War I. Albert Einstein wrote The President and informed him that it was possible to make an atomic bomb. The German Heinkel HE-178 made the first successful flight of a jet engine. Sikorsky of the USA invented the helicopter. In the USA, the Social Security Act was amended. The famous movie Gone with the Wind with Clark Gable and Vivien Leigh debuted. Archaeologist Matthew Stirling discovered the first traces of the truly ancient Olmec civilization on the Yucatan in the form of 5 gigantic basalt heads on La Venta Isle. Now entire temples, pyramids, canal works, and cities with irrigation systems have been excavated. The Olmec thrived circa 1200 BC and vanished about 31 BC. 1. Synagogue of Satan. 2. March of the Titans. 4. Iron Curtain over America. 5. 20th century events. 1940 AD, 58:34 AM. A stunning planetary alignment of 5 planets forms a ladder in the sky of Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Interestingly, this occurred in 2446 BC, exactly 207 years before the Great Flood in 2239 BC, and 1940 AD was 207 years since the 13th English colony in North America was founded, the final one in 1733 AD. 207 years is half the cursed Earth period of 414 years. The 13th colony was Georgia. In September, Italy joins the German-Japanese Axis Pact, first invading Egypt and then Greece. This is calendarically significant, for this year was 2448 years after the collapse of the Roman monarchy and emergence of the Republic of Rome in Italy in 509 BC, the Annus Mundi year 2448 being 1447 BC, when the Israelites departed Egypt. Germany, Japan and Italy formed the Tripartite Pact, which pledged mutual assistance if the United States should enter the war. The USSR invades Finland again, then occupied Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, before invading Romania. Germany invades Norway and Denmark, and then Belgium, Luxembourg and the Netherlands, and into northern France, capturing Amiens and Abbeville. On the French coast, the Germans trap the British at Dunkirk, who are evacuated. German soldiers enter Paris. The United States sell Great Britain 50 destroyers. The Germans bomb England. The tallest American on record at 8 foot 11 inches, named Robert Pershing Wadlow, died. McDonald's, Bugs Bunny and Superman debuted. 1. 20th century events. 2. Rule by secrecy. 1941 AD, 58:35 AM. As the American government and people watched World War II unfold rapidly, insiders in the American halls of power decided that the US population was opposed firmly against entering the war, so a plot was hatched to compel the citizenry to voluntarily go to war against Germany. Pearl Harbor. Charles Lindbergh was more specific, publishing in a widely circulated article that Jews were pushing America into a war with Germany. Quote, "Large Jewish ownership and influence in our motion pictures, our press, our radio and our government constitute a great danger to our country," unquote. The United States refused to sell Japan any more scrap iron and steel or oil, crippling Japan's ability to continue its war against China. Germany invades Yugoslavia and Greece, and Hitler with his chief advisors secretly planned to attack the Russians, who they see as Jewish-controlled Bolshevik opportunists, overrunning much of Europe, compromising German security. The USSR does not seek alliance with Germany, but does sign a neutrality pact with Japan, the ally of Germany. The Germans are not fooled and know that the Russians were waiting for the German fronts to weaken before they made their own move against Germany. It was popularly known that the Bolsheviks were enemies of the Germans. British troops invade Iraq, which was pro-Axis. Germany invades Crete, conducts operations in North Africa under General Rommel, and then invades Russia with a 3 million man army, besieging Leningrad until 1944. The Germans march against Moscow, but suffer from extreme cold climate conditions and wave after wave of Russian peasant militias, Hitler abandoning the Moscow campaign. Great Britain and the Russians invade Iran to secure oil supplies. This year was 165 years since the Declaration of Independence from Britain in 1776, and also 165 years to the Great War of Armageddon in 2106 AD, 6000 AM. US Congress passed the Lend-Lease Act, empowering the President to sell, lend or lease war supplies to any nation deemed necessary for American security. The US Ambassador's office in Japan warned US officials that a major Japanese fleet was about to attack Pearl Harbor. The FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover also provided intelligence confirming the planned attack against the United States. These were silenced and ignored by the US President. In October, the US agents cracked the Japanese code called Purple and learned of the plans to attack Pearl Harbor. Declassified documents indicate that General George Marshall refrained from notifying the Pacific Fleet admirals. On December the 4th, Australian intelligence reported seeing the Japanese fleets, but the President ignored the warning. On December the 7th, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, killing a few thousand US servicemen and a few females. But the damage to the Pacific Fleet was superficial. The Pacific Fleet's 3 aircraft carriers were not at Pearl Harbor, which is what the Japanese hoped to find, for the carriers had been sent out in advance by insiders knowing the attack was forthcoming. Pearl Harbor could easily have been avoided, but the President needed the American people to be attacked to enter the World War. Franklin Roosevelt, a president who was strongly supported by the Jewish elitists, told Congress that the Pearl Harbor incident was, quote, a date to live in infamy, unquote. The United States immediately detains 112,000 Japanese people in American concentration camps. The USA and UK declare war on Japan. Germany and Italy declare war on the United States. In the United States, the Manhattan Project begins developing the atomic bomb. The Japanese employ their secret super battleship Yamato, the largest battleship ever put to sea, with the largest naval cannons ever that used pilots radioing in coordinates far away because the cannon shot over the curvature of the Earth. It was twice the size of any American battleship, which had to be constructed at 108 feet in width so as to fit within the 110-foot wide Panama Canal. American bomber pilots sank the Yamato, which never got to see a battle and was a huge waste of time and resources to Japan. On September 11th, exactly 60 years before the attack on the Pentagon in 2001, the US begins construction of the Pentagon. 1. Rule by secrecy. 2. March of the Titans. 3. Synagogue of Satan. 4. The Spear of Destiny. 5. 20th Century Events. 8. Uncommon Sense. 11. Alice in Wonderland. 1942 AD, 58:36 AM. With information leaks and unrest in German-occupied regions, the Nazis interned hundreds of thousands of Jews throughout Europe, holding them in concentration camps. The first US troops arrive in Britain, and the Japanese capture 130,000 British troops at Singapore. The British bomb Cologne, Germany, with 1,000 bombers. The US Pacific Fleet aircraft carriers Yorkton, Hornet, and the Enterprise launch bombers that, by complete accident, discover the 4 Japanese aircraft carriers through dense cloud cover, catching the carriers with full decks of stacked bombs, awaiting loading onto Japanese bombers. The American bombers dropped their payloads on the Japanese aircraft carriers, and the detonating stacks of bombs sank all 4 carriers in minutes, ending the Battle of Midway. 1,000 British bombers bomb Bremen, Germany. Hitler and the Nazis protest that the British are targeting densely populated German civilian areas that have no military purpose, but their protests are ignored by the world media. German SS troops destroy a Jewish community in Warsaw, Poland, interning and killing 50,000 Jews. Germany occupied the whole of France. The first jet fighter, the German Messerschmitt Me-262, goes on its maiden flight. The US invents the bazooka portable rocket launcher. Prescott Bush, father of President George Bush Sr. and grandfather of George Bush Jr., is found guilty under the Trading with the Enemy Act, and his company is seized for financially helping Hitler in Germany. As Germany occupied the entire nation of France, this was 414 years, cursed earth period, after 1528, when France underwent a rebuilding program in Paris and the other French cities. 1. 20th Century Events. 3. Synagogue of Satan. 1943 AD, 58:37 AM. Italy is defeated and then turns on Germany, its former ally. On July 27th, Allied bombers employing a new strategy developed to create an oxygen vacuum that would then cause a firestorm for maximum fatalities was executed perfectly over Hamburg, Germany. The incendiary bombs were dropped with precision, and a fiery tornado over the city reached 11 miles altitude. Those not blasted apart, buried in rubble, or burned alive were suffocated. The civilian deaths were horrific, and this act was a war crime committed by the United States and Great Britain. The US completes the Pentagon. Also in July, the Germans launch a counteroffensive against the Soviets, opposing their advance in the Battle of Kursk. More than 1 million men and over 5,000 tanks fought for 7 days in what is known as the largest battle in modern history. Definitely the largest tank battle ever. The Germans were unable to subdue the Russians and retreated. Alan Turing of the United Kingdom develops Colossus, the first electronic computer, used to break German ciphers. The world's very first nuclear reactor was developed at Tennessee in the USA. Blacks began a riot that lasted 36 hours, an urban war against whites in Detroit, Michigan, that overwhelmed the authorities. Federal troops and armoured vehicles were called in to suppress it. There were shootouts, fistfights, and widespread looting with only 34 deaths. A young serviceman named Ed Davis, stationed with US forces in northern Iran, befriended a local Kurd named Abbas. Davis used his military resources to bestow some great favour to the Abbas family, and in return Abbas took Davis to a sage, who was a keeper of the Ark of Noah, who lived with other Kurds halfway up Mount Ararat. After deliberation, Davis was approved, and the sage led a party to the location of Noah's Ark. Davis beheld the petrified relic almost totally encased in ice, hundreds of feet from their position, but clearly appearing as a gigantic wooden boat. 1. March of the Titans. 2. 20th century events. 4. The incredible discovery of Noah's Ark. 1944 AD. A crew of Russians flying over Mount Ararat reported that they could see, quote, a monstrous boat, unquote, sticking out of the ice. US bombers begin daylight bombing of Berlin, Germany. On June 6, Operation Overlord conducts the largest amphibious invasion in world history, as 5,000 American vessels, 900 warships, carrying a total of 174,000 soldiers with 20,000 vehicles, tanks, troop carriers, amphibious vessels, jeeps, and cannons, arrive on the coast of Normandy occupied by the Germans. The United States also engages in this year in the largest naval battle in Pacific history, when 218 Allied vessels fought against 64 Japanese ships. In desperation, this was the first time the Japanese employed kamikaze pilots. US B-29 superfortresses bombed Japan, and the Soviets invaded Romania and Czechoslovakia. The Soviets capture 100,000 Germans at Minsk. The Soviets then invade Poland, and the Polish rebel against the Germans. About 2.5 million German civilians living in Poland try to retreat to Germany but are killed. The Soviets reoccupy Lithuania and retaliate for their support of Germany. 1/10 of Lithuania, 350,000 people, are marched into Russia and spread into labour camps in Siberia. Most are never heard from again. US troops liberate Paris. The Russians enter Slovakia, Hungary, and Yugoslavia. The Germans launch a last major offensive known as the Battle of the Bulge, where they are defeated by Allied forces. On October 13th, the RAF bombers by night with American flying fortresses by day reduced the ancient German city of Nuremberg to ruins, killing off tens of thousands of civilians. The German concentration camp program ends with a total death toll of 403,713 people of all races and religions from their inception in 1935. People who died of all causes: measles, typhus, old age, accidents, including executions. Of the total dead at Auschwitz, 38,031 were Jews. The Jewish propaganda machine, global media, had been accusing the Germans of fictional crimes against Jews, genocide, gas ovens, and mass executions. But when the Russians, British, French, and Americans surveyed the labour factory installations and camps, they found no evidence of this. The Red Cross wrote the US State Department and said that after a thorough inspection of the German concentration camps, they could find no trace of any, quote, installations for exterminating civilian prisoners, unquote. Over 33,000 mysterious artefacts are discovered at Acambaro, Mexico. Figurines and statues of prehistoric creatures fashioned of clay and anatomically correct. Some clay figures depicting humans interacting with dinosaurs. As all the major players in World War II, except Japan, are descended from the ancient Israelites, who separated themselves in 931 BC from the Judahites, we are not surprised to see that World War II was essentially a civil war among the descendants of the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom of Israel, the last of whom were deported by the Assyrians in 721 BC. Exactly 2664 years, 666 times 4, before 1944 AD. Further, this was also a banker's war, long in planning, and 1944 AD was 3,000 months, 250 years, since the Rothschild-owned Bank of England was begun, which happened to have financed much of World War II. 1. The First Genesis. 2. 2007 Almanac. 3. March of the Titans. 5. The Spear of Destiny. 6. Auschwitz. 7. Jewish supremacism. 1945 AD, 58:39 AM. The Russians invade formerly German-occupied regions and capture Auschwitz, finding no evidence that the concentration camp was what the media later called a death camp. Earlier in the war, Winston Churchill of Britain ordered the RAF to begin bombing civilian targets. Bremen and Nuremberg were cities firebombed by the British, and later Americans, that had no military bearing on the war. Civilian casualties were high. To the credit of the German war machine and government under Hitler, Berlin was bombed 8 times by the British and Americans before the Germans finally retaliated in 1940 and bombed the city of London. Until London, the Germans never bombed civilian areas. After the war, the world media only broadcast the German bombing of London to justify what the Allies in 1945 did to the German civilians of Dresden. On February 13th, the British and American bomber squadrons ruthlessly firebombed the open, undefended city of Dresden, known as the Venice of the East. Residential areas, parks, hospitals, schools, the entire once beautiful city was bombed 2 nights in a row, killing from 250,000 to 400,000 civilians, men, women and German children, including American POWs, vast numbers of European refugees and foreign workers. Those not blasted apart or burned to death by the incendiaries with their children tried to run toward the Elbe River to escape, but the British and American fighter pilots relentlessly machine-gunned them down in the fields. The firebombing of Dresden resulted in the entire destruction of the city and slaughter of its entire population. This blatantly retaliatory act was a war crime committed by the Allies. Altogether, about 600,000 German civilians perished in the British-led American and French bombing of German cities that had no strategic military value. To provide an analogy, if Houston and Dallas, Texas were at war, but the city of Austin was totally destroyed with all its people by bombers, the attack would be completely senseless militarily. The US Marines invade and take Iwo Jima and Okinawa from the Japanese, with great loss of American lives. The US Air Force begins bombing raids on Japanese cities. The US forces in Europe take about 400,000 Germans prisoner. The Soviet army captured the German city of Berlin, and Adolf Hitler commits suicide with his wife of 1 day, Eva Braun. Germany surrenders to the Allies on May 7th. Mussolini of Italy is executed at Milan. With World War II over, the retaliation against Germany truly begins. The United States, France, Britain and Russia partitioned Germany. The British dismantled all German heavy equipment and shipped it back to Britain, while the United States gathered Germany's chief scientists and other experts and brought them back to the States. The United States gives Stalin and the Soviets $11 billion worth of advanced German military armament and materials, and half of the nation of Germany. Many of the Jews that escaped the Nazis now after the war were returned to Germany with on-the-spot commissions and authority over the remaining German population. Some of these men had been wanted for criminal offences before the war, and now they returned under the authority of the United States. In the winter, the Russian army forced the entire population of East Prussia to relocate and the nation ceased to exist. The Soviets exterminated those that refused to move. By the end of the war, the number of German civilian deaths was 3,640,000 people, most having died from Allied bombing. This does not include the German military deaths and the missing millions of German soldiers and civilians force-marched into Russia and never heard from again. The Communist Party's own records of Russian Christians slaughtered in the Bolshevik Soviet labour camps throughout Siberia was between 15 to 25 million people. However, while these extermination programs were being conducted, the Jewish-dominated world media never mentioned them, instead opting to broadcast over and over again the vicious German death camps and Jewish suffering in Germany, which were greatly exaggerated. The Allies conducted the illegal Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal, wherein German officers were convicted and prosecuted under illegal ex post facto practices for actions carried out under order from their superiors. The war crimes carried out by the British and American bombing were not allowed to be heard. The Allies won the war. But the German officers were prosecuted in an act of blatant Jewish retaliation. In the years prior to World War II, the German presses produced documentation demonstrating the evidence of a global Yiddish conspiracy to rule over the Germans financially and politically. The same thing the Jewish Bolsheviks were doing to Russia, a conspiracy by Jews that was already strangling the German economy. Copies of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion were circulated and known to all Germans. Many debunkers have published books and articles trying to discredit the Protocols, but history alone is the greatest evidence that the Protocols are legitimate. This manifesto reads that in order to control the minds of a people, the Jews must control their entertainment industries and their news agencies. And as any informed American knows, in 2012, 95% of Hollywood and the American networks are all owned, directed, financed and run by Jews. Only after the fact was Germany accused of warmongering beginning World War II, with the annexation of Austria, but the truth is far from it. The Russians initiated World War II, not the Germans, and the Austrians welcomed the annexation. In fact, the British, French, American and Russian governments never lifted a finger against Hitler's annexation of Austria, which according to historian Trevor Ravencroft, quote, they regarded as no more than the inevitable union between two German peoples who shared the same heritage, language and culture, unquote. From its inception, World War II was a Jewish-influenced conflict, and it resulted in the deaths of 256,330 Americans and countless maimed and wounded. 6 months before, the United States destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki with atomic bombs. The Japanese government attempted to surrender to the US, but their appeals were ignored, according to recently declassified documents. On July 28, the US B-25 bomber piloted by Lieutenant Colonel William Smith flew right into the 78th to 79th floors of the tallest building in New York City, the Empire State Building, due to poor visibility from fog clouds. On July 16th, the US tested the first atom weapon at Alamogordo, New Mexico. In August, the United States incinerated Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 140,000 plus 80,000 Japanese, mostly civilians in atomic detonations, that made absolutely no military sense. The Japanese were already defeated, and the greater military objection was the vast Mitsubishi plant that was mass-producing the lethal Japanese Zero fighter planes. Nagasaki had the largest Christian Japanese population in all of Japan. The United States afterward accepted the Japanese surrender, and Korea was divided between North and South Korea after the Japanese fall of power. The North influenced by Russia and the South by the United States. Amidst heavy anti-German rhetoric, the United Nations is founded with 51 member states. The international government heavily financed, influenced and staffed by Zionist Jews. As the ludicrous Nuremberg trials continue, highly publicised and demonising Germany to the world populations, the global Jewish media networks do not broadcast what they know is occurring in Russia and China. Stalin's regime in the USSR literally worked to death many millions of Germans, Austrians, Russians, mostly Christians, not wanted in the new atheist government. And many people the Russians took from East Prussia and the Eastern Bloc nations of Europe. These millions died at labour, in salt mines, in prison camp industries, starved in confinement or from exposure to winter temperatures. In China, the communist Mao Zedong maintained an extensive nationwide concentration camp program with torture chambers and executed millions of people, starving out whole populations. The Germans had become the victims of two world wars and had been demonised by those people that sought to rule over them. On December 5th, 5 Avenger torpedo bombers, 14 men, departed the naval air station out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The pilots found themselves in a disoriented position, unable to get their bearings. Their last radio transmission was, quote, "We don't know which way is west. Everything is wrong, strange. We can't be sure of any direction. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should," unquote. A mariner flying boat was sent out for rescue. On board were 13 men. They were never heard from again. The Navy, Coast Guard and British RAF scoured the ocean in a search involving over 300 planes and 20 vessels searching for days. Not even debris was found. 1. Auschwitz. 3. March of the Titans. 4. Jewish supremacism. 5. 20th century events. 7. Iron Curtain over America. 12. The Spear of Destiny. 15. Uncommon Sense. 16. Great Disasters. 20. Invisible Residents. 1946 AD, 58:40 AM. The League of Nations is formally dissolved and the United Nations begins its first year. Zionist terrorists bomb the British Palestine Army Command at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. Civil war breaks out in China between communists and nationalists. The Nuremberg trial ends with the execution of 12 Nazi leaders and 5 sentenced to life in prison. John D. Rockefeller donated $8.5 million for the United Nations headquarters to be built in New York City. The Soviet Union takes 5 million Germans back to Russia, 4 million being civilians, mostly women and children. These people are detained in Soviet labour camps and starved to death. These people were filmed on old black and white reels, and the films were later circulated as evidence that the Nazis starved the Jews. None of these 5 million survived or were heard from again. President Truman and other American officials were aware of the Russian genocidal campaigns and slave labour but covered it up. These events never received attention in the media. The two economic power centres of the Western world are also the two mostly influenced by the international Jewish banking and media giants. These are London and New York. In London, the First General Assembly of the United Nations convened, and they voted to seat their headquarters in New York. The US detonated a subsurface atomic weapon at Bikini Atoll. The first man-made contact with the moon was conducted when radar signals emitted from Earth were bounced back from the moon. A polio epidemic breaks out in the US. 1. 20th century events. 3. Iron Curtain over America. 1947 AD, 58:41 AM. The Dead Sea Scrolls are discovered in a cave at Qumran near the Dead Sea. These texts are about 2,000 years old concerning the sons of light and the sons of darkness, Anunnaki. In the War Scroll it explains the Great War of Armageddon, when humans and angelic beings will fight side by side. This is the same year as the Roswell incident involving a crashed UFO in New Mexico, which brought the world's attention to Hangar 18 of Area 51. Many researchers theorise that extraterrestrials have given the US military alien technologies, and if this is true, then it mirrors what the ancient records claim occurred before the flood, starting in 3439 BC, when the Watchers, Anunnaki, descended to Earth and gave humans technologies and knowledge in exchange for human females. Found among the Dead Sea texts was the Testament of Amram, which contains references to shape-changing reptilian beings known as Watchers. These dark entities can assume the faces of adders. Pilot Kenneth Arnold witnessed a clearly visible UFO near Mount Rainier in Washington on June 24th. This still remains one of the most celebrated UFO sightings. At Death Valley in the USA were discovered human skeletons that had stood 9 feet in height. President Truman sets up the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in July by National Security Act. However, the CIA had its origin with the CIG, Central Intelligence Group, and Office of Strategic Services, which Truman enacted originally to investigate the UFO and extraterrestrial presence. American pilot Chuck Yeager broke the sound barrier, Mach 1, in a Bell X-1 rocket-powered airplane. India is partitioned and then becomes separate countries, enemies India and Pakistan, one Hindu and the other Muslim. Malaria kills over 1 million people in India. British women and children are evacuated from Palestine as they come under attacks from Jewish terrorists. The United Nations votes to partition Palestine, setting up a Jewish state. Fighting between Arabs and Jews erupts. That this is one of the very first acts of the United Nations is very telling. 1. Lost cities and ancient mysteries of North America. 2. Behold a pale horse. 3. 20th century events. 1948 AD, 58:42 AM. On May 14th, the modern state of Israel began by British mandate amidst an enraged Arab world. The Arab League nations attack after the Jewish takeover of Palestine, where 75% of the local Muslims and Christians were forced out of the country, into camps or into neighbouring nations, this being about 630,000 people. The Israeli takeover was prophesied in the scriptures by Jeremiah the prophet. Quote, "In those days the house of Judah shall walk with the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north, to the land that I have given for an inheritance unto thy fathers." Unquote. This prophecy is precise, for the Russian military aided greatly in the Jewish takeover of Palestine, the Russians being the, quote, land of the north, unquote, and being descendants of the house of Israel. The Arabs were defeated by the Jewish Russian troops, this being known ever after as the Israeli Independence War. The Anno Domini year of 1948 parallels the 1948 Annus Mundi year, 1947 BC, when the patriarch Abraham was born. Israel was established 1335 weeks, 25 years, after 1922, when the Balfour Declaration concerning Palestine was made. The re-establishment of national Israel is the first time in history any people were ever obliterated, spread among the nations of the world, their cities burned to the ground and left abandoned, and their peoples millennia later reassembling to rebuild their nation. Hebrew had become extinct as a national language and supplemented with Yiddish and other variants, but with the re-establishment of Israel, Hebrew as a language was the first spoken language of any people in the world to resurrect. The return of Hebrew was prophesied by the prophet Zephaniah. Strengthened by the Soviet presence and connections, the new Israelis begin building their nation as Jews from Russia. The Eastern Bloc nations of Europe and America flood the country. An estimated 880,000 Palestinian Christians and Muslims were driven out by the end of the year. The United States participated through small special forces units that quietly withdrew after the areas were secured. The signature of Ireland's ancient Judahite pedigree can be seen in that in 1948, the Republic of Ireland was founded, becoming a sovereign nation independent of Britain. Much of this Judahite evidence is in Chronicon 1. Chinese dictator Mao Zedong, after implementing strict gun control policies, rounded up 20 million political dissidents on through 1952 and systematically exterminated them. In the US, a top-secret document of the Air Technical Intelligence Center, addressed to the USAF Chief of Staff, concluded that UFOs were interplanetary spaceships. 1. Jewish supremacism. 2. Jeremiah. 3. Cosmic codes. 4. Iron Curtain over America. 6. Synagogue of Satan. 7. Dark Moon. 1949 AD, 58:43 AM. The USSR conducts their first atom bomb test. Commercial television begins, a new audiovisual program to mould public opinion, rewrite history, and brainwash whole generations of people to believe in fictions passed off as facts. Red China emerges as the People's Republic of China is founded, a government that is anything but a republic. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, is founded. Israel is admitted into the United Nations. In New Zealand, it is reported that gigantic human footprints with 6 toes were discovered in volcanic ash, giants once standing at least 12 foot tall. In the area of Braystown, near the headwaters of the Tennessee River, were found fossilised footprints of six-toed giants, one being monstrous, the heel impression 13 inches wide, a walking colossus. 1. Wars that changed the world. 2. 20th century events. 3. Lost cities of Lemuria. 4. Secret cities of old South America. 1950 AD, 58:44 AM. Joseph McCarthy published a list of communists operating within the US government. The list contained many Jewish employees in the federal government. The media helped conceal their identities by always referring to those exposed as communists, instead of what they really were, Zionist Jews, many having Americanized their names. By this year, the US State Department was already infested with communist allied officials masquerading as patriotic Americans. In the first half of the 20th century, all the American wars were initiated by Democratic presidents, all heavily influenced by Jewish Zionists. Woodrow Wilson, 5th year, Franklin Roosevelt, 9th year, and Truman, 5th year. No Republican initiated any wars for the 50 years of the 20th century. Communist Zionist infiltration into the Republican Party has now reversed this trend. Because of public awareness of the communist threat, most Americans still unaware of Zionist origin of communism, the US Senate and House passed a law to curb communist infiltration in America, a law that President Truman vetoed. The Senate and House then overrode the presidential veto by gaining more than the necessary two-thirds majority, and the Internal Security Act became public law, 831, 81st Congress, 2nd Session. On June 25th, Communist North Korea invaded South Korea, which was not communist. North Korea was allied to China, a communist nation denied entry into the United Nations in this year. The North Korean army crossed the 38th parallel from the Soviet zone after US officials pulled out the American troops, fully knowing that North Korea would invade. Army General Douglas MacArthur, with field commanders Major General William Dean and Lieutenant General Walton Walker, against incredible odds halted the North Korean army in a virtually unprepared South Korea. The American resistance shocked the world. Outnumbered, outgunned, and only with troops from Japan trained and equipped for occupation and not conventional war, General Douglas MacArthur repelled the communists. But President Truman, a total slave to Zionist communists, ordered the US 7th Fleet to take up position between Formosa and China's mainland, effectively blocking Chiang of China, who was against the Chinese communists from coming to the aid of General MacArthur. This move was an act of treason. Governments all around the world understood the implications of President Truman's move against his own generals, showing them just how deep communist infiltration in America truly was within the State Department and White House. The exact same scenario played out in Vietnam, where the North Vietnamese communists attacked the South Vietnamese who were not communists. Russia and China supported the communists, and the White House did too. Though the media protected the traitors in the US government and the communist conflicts around the world served their purpose. The Cold War and arms race spawned billions of dollars of profit for world banks. From this year onward, the American media and entertainment industry bullied the American people through exaggerated news reports supported by television programs and movies, depicting the severe Soviet threat to America, justifying the billions spent on national defence and the billions sent overseas to other nations for their own defence, when the truth of the matter was that the USSR Cold War was a big lie. Russia was unable to maintain tight controls on all her satellite nations, much less invade the United States. In 1950, astronomers Whipple and Oort published papers demonstrating the icy conglomerate model of cometary nuclei, and Oort published the theory that comets came from the very edge of the solar system. The Dutch astronomer Jan Oort postulated that at the edge of the solar system was a vast strewn field, the Oort cloud, where comets originated. He believed that comets were perturbed and shoved into the inner solar system into orbits around the Sun by passing stars. He was very close, for we now know that it is the intruder planets Nibiru and Phoenix that perturb these comets. Astronomers John C. Brandt and Robert D. Chapman in Introduction to Comets, 2nd edition, 2004, assert that the modern era of comet astronomy began in 1950. These astronomers claim that these revelations made in 1950 was to astronomical science, quote, a natural boundary in time, unquote. As will be shown in the isometric year for 1950, 2046 AD, this was indeed a boundary in time related to comets and the Earth. A meteorite fell near Murray, Kentucky, and two scientists at the Arizona State University independently examined the rock and detected the presence of all 18 of the known amino acids, as well as pyrimidines from the nucleic acid of what were once living cells. Insiders in the American government claimed that the official policy at this time concerning UFOs was to shoot them down. In 1950, the US government ceased the research and development of UFO technologies acquired from downed UFOs, as the entire research and development of extraterrestrial technology became privatized by secretive groups within the military-industrial complex. Since 1950, the American government could fall back on plausible deniability because it was private companies now conducting alien research and controlling the leaks of information on the UFO presence. On through 1952, several UFOs were downed after it was discovered that weaponized directed radar beams caused UFO vehicles to malfunction. No machine guns, missiles, or other weaponry worked. But during these same 3 years, an incredible number of accidents occurred to American jets and other aircraft, both civilian and military, over the USA. UFO researchers claim that the increased amount of downed aircraft was a retaliatory measure by the UFO occupants, who feared the weaponized radar. Israel enacts the Law of Return, calling on Jews around the world to immigrate to Palestine, ending the diaspora. In this year, Charlie Brown debuted. In 1950, Immanuel Velikovsky released Worlds in Collision, a treasure trove of historical, archaeological, and astronomical data, demonstrating that the cataclysms of our planet's past was due to an intruder planet and comets. That 1950 is the isometric year for 2046 AD. This is amazing. 1. Iron Curtain over America. 6. Camouflage through limited disclosure. 7. Natural disasters. 8. Introduction to comets. 9. Mankind, child of the stars. 1951 AD, 58:45 AM. Jewish American spies Julius and Ethel Rosenberg are convicted of selling atomic secrets to the Russians and are sentenced to death. General Douglas MacArthur steadily resisted the Chinese communist intervention in Korea, the Chinese regime on the verge of collapse, when President Truman dismissed General MacArthur from the Far Eastern Command. American military officials declared that they were under orders not to win. FBI Director Herbert Hoover had been continuously slandered by American communists in the media. He said, quote, "The communists are dedicated to the overthrow of the American system of government," unquote. General MacArthur was a dedicated Christian, and his request for Bibles and Christian literature for the Japanese is widely attested. The US National Production Authority issued Directive M65, which provided that all book plates not used for reprinting within the last 4 years, since 1946, be melted down for scrap metal for the war effort. This brilliantly sinister attack against American literary heritage was the brainchild of the National Democratic Party. A tremendous amount of priceless data, research, histories, theories, and discoveries were lost. This was an attack against the people and history of America, and it has since been estimated that all the melted plates couldn't even provide for one major engagement. Mount Lamington in New Guinea spewed toxic gases for 5 days, killing about 5,000 people. 1. 20th century events. 2. Iron Curtain over America. 1952 AD, 58:46 AM. The US Senate requested a list of the State Department's files, loyalty security cases, seeking data on suspected and known communists in the US government, but the request was refused by President Truman. This year was the first time anyone had ever asserted that Hitler exterminated 6 million Jews. Deliberate anti-German propaganda aimed at making Germany continue their reparations payments. The World Almanac of 1940 has the global Jewish population at 15,319,359, and the population around the world in 1950 was 15,713,638. Where is the missing 6 million? According to the statistics of the day, the global Jewish population in this period increased by 395,279. As seen in 1939, the maximum population of Jews in Germany was 600,000 people, and many of these left Germany before the war into Europe, Palestine, and the United States. Britain detonates its first atomic bomb on the Montebello Islands near Australia. 27 days later, the United States detonated the first thermonuclear weapon, the hydrogen bomb, at Eniwetok Atoll in the Pacific in the Marshall Islands. King George VI of England died, and is succeeded by his daughter Elizabeth II, formerly a World War II Red Cross driver. The Bilderberg Group, founded by Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, is founded in 1952. Prince Bernhard claiming descent from Roman emperors through the Habsburgs, a man also claiming descent from the House of David. The Bilderberg Group is a cabal of global elitists, a finger of the internationalist movement. American prophetess Jean Dixon publicised her vision of a tall, blue-eyed, brown-haired Democratic president to be elected in 1960, who would then be assassinated, John F. Kennedy. In July, UFOs are visible over Washington, D.C., detected on radar and seen with the naked eye. Air defence was initiated and the event was broadcast around America in headlines. This was on July 26th, exactly 50 years before the July 26th appearance of UFOs tracked by NORAD in 2002, heading for Washington, D.C. President Truman created the National Security Agency, NSA, initially to investigate the alien Anunnaki presence of Earth, as well as to contain information about them from the public and to set up a dialogue with these extraterrestrials. By this date, 16 Anunnaki vessels had been retrieved from crash sites in the United States. This was the deliberate giving over of Anunnaki technology to American engineers for reverse engineering purposes. In 1952, Ebe died, name of an extraterrestrial biological entity, living among US scientists in a secret military base that was openly communicating with US officials for over 5 years in captivity. Ebe was captured in 1947, wandering the desert after the Roswell crash in New Mexico, and Ebe was a chlorophyll-based creature that died June 2, 1952. The movie E.T. was a fictionalised account of the story of Ebe. Minoan script Linear B was first deciphered by British researcher Michael Ventris, an extinct writing, having derived from the older Linear A, which was in disuse after the cataclysms of 1687 and 1447 BC. William Todd photographed a huge object encased in ice on Mount Ararat in Turkey, identified as a boat structure. Many are convinced that this and other sightings are of the remains of Noah's Ark. Sightings have been documented for centuries and are remarkably consistent. Cuban archaeologist Alberto Ruz Luila discovered the hidden tomb of Mayan lord Pakal Votan. Underneath the pyramid are the inscriptions at Chiapas, Mexico, among the ruins of the ancient Mayan city of Palenque on June 15th, under a colossal trapezoidal door. This is precisely 1260 years after the Mayans sealed the tomb in 692 AD. In November, the gigantic sarcophagus lid was opened, and the interior measurements were 5 foot 5 inches high, 6 foot 10 inches wide, and 9 foot 9 inches long, revealing that the man had once stood about 9 foot tall. The lid was 5 tons. 1. Iron Curtain over America. 3. 20th century events. 4. Behold a Pale Horse. 5. Kenny Young, MUFON. 8. Hidden Mysteries. 9. Mysteries and Magic. 10. Lost Cities of North and Central America. 1953 AD, 58:47 AM. Queen Elizabeth II was crowned upon the coronation chair in Westminster Abbey. The chair houses the famous ancient stone of Scone, the Lia Fail or Stone of Destiny. It is a tradition that this was the stone owned by the patriarch Jacob, Israel, brought to the Isles by the prophet Jeremiah in 583 BC, when he brought Baruch and the Judahite princess Tamar after Jerusalem fell to the Babylonians. It is said that the composition of the stone does not match those of the Isles, but matches rock at the Bethel site in Israel. Convicted Jewish spies Julius and Ethel Rosenberg are executed in the electric chair for passing US intelligence secrets on the nuclear program to the Soviets. Senator Joseph McCarthy accuses former President Truman of aiding communists in the United States and abroad. North Korea was forced back across the 38th parallel. By June, over 250 tornadoes had afflicted the USA since January 1953. Ian Fleming debuts the famous James Bond, Agent 007. Francis Crick, UK, and James Watson, USA, announced their discovery of the double helix formation of DNA. This year was 153 years after the US located its capital and centre of government in Washington, D.C. in 1800, and 1953 was also 153 years before Armageddon in 2106 AD. The number 153 denotes, quote, sons of God, unquote, a mystical association known in early Christian times, derived from the Hebrew Kabbalah. The Anunnaki, called anciently the Watchers, were considered to be rebellious sons of God before the flood, who physically appeared on Earth in 34 and 39 BC, and taught men sciences, secret knowledge, and information humans were not supposed to know. See Chronicon 1. In 1953, astronomers see large objects moving into the inner solar system towards Earth. Believing these objects to be gigantic asteroids, the find is reported to the US government. But the opinion is dismissed when, upon approaching close to Earth, these objects move, adopting a geosynchronous orbit around the Earth's equator, and their presence as vessels is discovered and kept secret. A dialogue between elite government and private corporate heads results with an alliance for the exchange of goods, knowledge, advanced science for human genetic materials. This reminds one of the statement Jesus made that the last days would be, quote, as the days of Noah, unquote. Before the flood in Noah's life, the Anunnaki openly traded with humans and interacted with them. The first mention of the sons of God in the scriptures is in Genesis 6:2-4, where we learn that they were the origin of the giants, the Nephilim, genetic mutants and hybrids. 1. The stones and the scarlet thread. 2. 20th century events. 3. Atlantis and the kingdom of the Neanderthals. 4. Behold a pale horse. 1954 AD, 58:48 AM. Senator Joseph McCarthy accuses the CIA of being infiltrated by communists. He was correct. He also claims that communists had infiltrated America's nuclear weapons plants. President Eisenhower moves to stop McCarthy from investigating the CIA. The elected government of Iran, Persia, was overthrown by a conspiracy spearheaded by the CIA and MI6 of Britain, because Iran was nationalising the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, now known as BP, or British Petroleum. The Israeli government in Operation Susanna planned to blow up American targets in Egypt and plant false witnesses and evidence, making it look as if Egyptians were responsible, so as to incite the American people to war against Egypt. Though little initial damage was done, the plot was discovered when an Israeli agent's bomb went off prematurely in his car. Israeli agents were then caught, and Israeli Foreign Minister Pinhas Lavon was forced to resign. The incident known as the Lavon Affair. The terroristic ploy and planting of evidence to implicate others is still a very popular international intelligence operative modus operandi. A large asteroid comet that will collide into the North American continent in 2046 AD passes through the inner solar system. Comet 12P Pons Books was seen for several months, brightly lit and giving off very unusual explosions between July and September. Astronomers predict this comet's return in 2024 AD. On November 30th, an 8.5-pound meteorite crashed into the roof of a house in Sylacauga, Alabama, through the ceiling, struck a radio and bounced to hit Anne Elizabeth Hodges on the hip, leaving a bruise. On September 26th, a typhoon at Hokkaido, Japan, killed 1,600 people, 1,100 of them dying on a capsized ferry overturned in 100 miles per hour winds. Fernand Navarra and his 11-year-old son discovered the location of the buried relic Noah's Ark, trapped in a glacier on Mount Ararat, and they returned from their expedition with a 50-pound piece of 5,000-year-old wood, expertly cut, very heavy like stone and tested in a French lab and determined to be the heart of a tree. Near the base of the pyramid, beneath 41 massive limestone blocks, was excavated a 144-foot-long wooden artefact boat. A second pit was located and another boat was found. Their origin and function is a mystery. The boat was made of exactly 12 24 pieces of wood, laid out in 13 superimposed layers. The two boats add up to 2448 pieces, 2448 Annus Mundi being the ancient year of the exodus of Israel from Egypt in 1447 BC, when the 13 tribes escaped across the Red Sea following Moses. 1954 AD is precisely 3,400 years after the Exodus, or 68 Hebrew Jubilees. US government officials claim that UFO activity was at its peak in this year. The Treaty of 1953 between corporate and military industrialists and the Anunnaki was ratified in this year, in a formal treaty allowing for the human abductions of females for fetal extractions and genetic testing in exchange for Anunnaki technologies. After the return of US soldiers after World War II and the Korean War, an unprecedented baby boom occurred in the United States. 1. 20th century events. 2. Jewish supremacy. 3. End of Eden. 5. The first Genesis. 6. The secret of the Great Pyramid. 7. The Great Pyramids. 8. Camouflaged through limited disclosure. 9. Behold a pale horse. 1955 AD, 58:49 AM. Astronomers of the Carnegie Institute discover radio signals coming from Jupiter, a phenomenon predicted by Immanuel Velikovsky in his controversial book about an intruder planet called Worlds in Collision. Velikovsky had been spurned by the scientific community. This was reported to Einstein, who vowed to use his influence to have Velikovsky's theory of planetary intrusion put to the test. 9 days later, Albert Einstein was dead. A copy of Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision on his desk. He died at 76 on the 108th day of the year, April 18th. Disneyland opens in Anaheim, California. 1. Pole shift. 2. 20th century events. 1956 AD, 58:50 AM. A volcanic mountain in a remote area of Siberia erupted, called Mount Bezmiany. In Hungary, it is discovered that the leading Communist Party officials were Hungarian Jews. The people of Hungary carried out anti-communist demonstrations and then rioted, demanding a democratic government and the withdrawal of Soviet troops. The Russians, using soldiers and tanks, crushed the rebellion, executing many and killing thousands. 200,000 Hungarians fled the country, and the Soviets installed a new communist dictatorship. The Hungarians appeal to the Western powers for aid against the USSR and are ignored. Anti-communist riots in Poland are violently suppressed, and the Soviets attack Budapest, crushing the revolt there as well. The Encyclopaedia Britannica was the ultimate source for accurate information prior to 1966. The 1956 edition of the Britannica made absolutely no references to any German extermination of Jews in World War II. No mention of 6 million Jews killed, no mention of a Holocaust. Later editions of the Britannica were corrupted, the 1967 and 1970 editions having information added to them that was not present in all the former editions of the encyclopedia. This was the 476th year since the Russians regained their country back from Mongol control in 1480 AD. It was also 1480 years from the fall of Rome, which occurred in 476 AD. Because of Soviet connections to Egypt, the United States and the United Kingdom refused to finance the Aswan High Dam in Egypt, so President Nasser of Egypt seized the Suez Canal for revenues to finance the Aswan Dam. 22 nations discussed the crisis, and Egypt, Jordan and Syria form an alliance of mutual defence, setting up their armed forces under a joint command. 5 days later, the Israelis invade the Sinai Peninsula, which belongs to Egypt. Britain and France bomb Egyptian airfields, for which they are internationally condemned, which was exactly 600 years after the French and British fought the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, the same year a great quake rocked Egypt. The US Supreme Court rules that segregation of public transportation is unconstitutional. The first computer programming language is developed in the United States, Fortran, which is startling for the isometric year for 1956 is the year 2040 AD, when computers will become obsolete. The world's power supplies and generators, satellites, and many of those who know how to use them will be destroyed in a global cataclysm. 1. 20th century events. 2. March of the Titans. 3. Jewish supremacism. 1957 AD, 58:51 AM. In February, US Secretary of State John Foster Dulles said, quote, "The terrific control the Jews have over the news media and the barrage the Jews have built up on congressmen. I am very much concerned over the fact that the Jewish influence here is completely dominating the scene and making it almost impossible to get Congress to do anything they don't approve of. The Israeli embassy is practically dictating to the Congress through influential Jewish people in the country," unquote. This was reiterated by the former chairman of the US Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Thomas Moore, quote, "I've never seen a president, I don't care who he is, stand up to the Jews. They always get what they want. The Israelis know what is going on all the time. I got to the point where I wouldn't write anything down. If the American people understood what a grip these people have got on our government, they would rise up in arms," unquote. At Christmas Island in the Pacific, the UK detonated its first hydrogen bomb. The USSR announced a successful test of an intercontinental ballistic missile. The Soviet city near the Ural Mountains, called Kishtim, of about 150,000 people, was crippled in a gigantic explosion, the accidental detonation of high-quality nuclear waste from a Soviet weapons program. Less than 50,000 people live there now, and untold numbers have died of leukemia and other cancers, and the entire region is a barren wasteland. Soviets suppressed the incidents, but Russian defectors informed the public in London in 1973. The Soviets launched Sputnik 1 into space to orbit at 500 miles elevation. In Little Rock, Arkansas, black students are barred from entering a white school. With armed soldiers, the US government forcibly desegregates American schools. In God We Trust began appearing on American money. The inventor and theorist Wilhelm Reich died in an American federal prison, a true genius and discoverer of orgone energy, the essence of our spirits. His astounding free energy science and inventions alarmed the fossil fuel producing giant megacorporations, and federal court manipulation by corporate influence landed him in prison, his research and books condemned to the fire. Comet Merkos was photographed in August showing two tails, one of plasma and the other of dust. Comet Arend-Roland also was photographed in April. Adam Rutherford released his monumental 4-volume work, Pyramidology, which would continue to be published until 1972. His work attempting to show that the Great Pyramid's measurements were a Bible in stone. 1. Jewish supremacism. 3. 20th century events. 4. The harmonic conquest of space. 5. March of the Titans. 1958 AD, 58:52 AM. 9,000 scientists from 43 nations petitioned the United Nations to ban testing of nuclear weapons. Strangely, a powerful broadcast is picked up by hundreds around the world, and people listen in awe for 2.5 hours as someone identifying himself as Nakoma from the planet Jupiter spoke about Earth's impending ruin by atomic destruction if testing of nuclear weapons was not discontinued. Nakoma spoke in perfect English, German, Norwegian, and a strange dark musical language. Curiously, this year's isometric year is 2038 AD, a major year involving nuclear detonations. IG Farben Company employed a Polish salesman who sold gas to the Germans during World War II. When Germany fell, this man fled and joined the Roman Catholic Church and was ordained a priest in 1946. In 1958, he was then ordained as Poland's youngest bishop, and in the same year he became Pope John Paul II. The Soviet spacecraft Sputnik 1 fell to Earth, and the National Aeronautics and Space Agency, NASA, is set up in the United States. The US Army launched Explorer 1 into orbit, the USA's first satellite, which discovered the Van Allen belts of radiation that encircles the planet. The atomic submarine of the US, the Nautilus, passed underneath the North Pole's ice cap. Kermit the Frog is born. 1. 20th century events. 2. Our haunted planet. 3. Behold a pale horse. 1959 AD. 58:53 AM. Alaska becomes the 49th state of the United States, Hawaii the 50th. The USSR launches Lunar 1 that flies past the moon and begins to orbit the sun. Lunar 2 is launched and it crashes on the moon. Lunar 3 is launched and it orbits the moon, taking the very first pictures humans have seen of the dark side of the moon. The Soviet vessel Vityaz discovered the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, the deepest place on Earth at almost 7 miles deep. Hopi Indian elders presented before the United Nations building in New York a 6-man delegation led by Dan Kachongva. These men uttered a series of Hopi prophecies. Buddy Holly died in a plane crash. 1. 20th century events. 3. The first Genesis. 1960 AD, 58:54 AM. The USSR shot down a United States U-2 spy plane over Russia in May. And then in August, the pilot, Gary Powers, was convicted in a Russian court and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. A flood in Bangladesh, India killed 6,000 people, and an earthquake killed 12,000 people in 15 seconds in Agadir, Morocco. In May, quakes in Chile, South America, killed 5,400 people. John F. Kennedy becomes the US President for the Democratic Party, the youngest president ever at 43. He is the 35th President of the USA. The Soviets launched the first weather satellite, the Tiros-1, and a Soviet spacecraft carrying 2 dogs orbits the Earth 17 times and returns safely to the surface. At Tura, India, was excavated the skeletal remains of a humanoid that stood over 11 foot tall with a metal cup. 1. 20th century events. 2. Elder gods in antiquity. 1961 AD, 58:55 AM. On April 12th, Russia put the first man in space, Yuri Gagarin, for exactly 1 hour and 48 minutes, or 108 minutes, in the Soviet spacecraft Vostok 1. The USSR detonated its first hydrogen bomb, and the United States announced the resumption of its nuclear testing. In Britain, the largest Ban the Bomb rally ends with a violent clash with police, leading to 1,000 arrests. The CIA-backed Cuban revolt against Fidel Castro fails in the Bay of Pigs invasion, the US severing diplomatic relations with Cuba but occupying Guantanamo Base. Alan Shepard was first American in space in suborbital flight, 116 miles high in a Mercury space capsule. The Berlin Wall is erected by the Soviets to keep East Berliners from escaping into West Berlin, Germany. Iraq lays claim to the former British protectorate country of Kuwait. This is 30 years before Iraq invades Kuwait and is defeated in the Gulf War of 1991. In 1961, the British invade Kuwait. In September, the first modern alien abduction case involved Betty and Barney Hill. involving alien medical scientific procedures conducted on Betty Hill. This may have been preparatory staging for the alien abduction epidemic that started in 1962. However, in several ancient calendrical systems, the year began in late August, early September. The Western world's calendars began in January and in March. 1962 was the year of import to the Anunnaki. 1. 20th century events. 2. Wars that changed the world. 4. Sight unseen. 1962 AD, 5856 AM. This amazing year was the 6,000th year since Earth began its present orbit around the Sun. A 6,000-year period Christian chronographers early on mistook for 6,000 years since their creation, despite evidence of the high antiquity of Earth. This was the year 7200 of the Anunnaki timeline, or 600 times 12 years, and 5400 years, 600 times 9, after the Anunnaki, called the Watchers in 3439 BC, descended to Earth to teach mankind before the flood the forbidden knowledges they bestowed in exchange for human females, daughters of men. Now in 1962, history repeats itself. Global elitists in the military-industrial complex and corporate giants allied to the Anunnaki give them permission to abduct human females for their genetic experimentation programs, for technologies and technical knowledges the Anunnaki have provided. In this year, the 60th since the start of the last day's countdown of Giza courses of the Great Pyramid's levels since 1902, mankind reaches space and other planets as the Anunnaki reach for human females. The US landed Ranger 3 on the Moon with complex scientific instruments, but the probe failed. John Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth 3 times in a Mercury capsule called Friendship 7. On May 22nd, a secret space probe landed on Mars and confirmed the existence of an environment that could support life. 9 astronomers discovered a large unnatural bulge at the Martian equator, and astrophysicist Dr. E.J. OPEC concluded that the bulge may be hollow. Radio telescopes were detecting strong X-ray activity coming from Cygnus constellation, catalogued as Cygnus X1. Known as the Cygnus Rift, a great dark area of the sky, astronomers have noted in times past what they described as a vast blackness. Comet Secchi lines exhibited a sudden burst of dust release, a split tail. In August, Comet Humason discharged a plasma tail further away from the Sun than normally witnessed, a comet noticed to be very turbulent. In 1962, scientists first detected a solar wind. On July 8th at GMT 900 hours, a megaton bomb was detonated 248 miles above the Earth in space over the Pacific Ocean near Johnston Island. To the horror of the scientific community, the blast broke up the upper ionosphere level around the world, causing severe disruption of long-distance radio communications, with magnetic field disturbances noted. The EMP burned out power lines in Hawaii. Solar cells in many satellites were damaged and a British satellite ceased functioning. At an altitude of 2484 miles, 414 times 6, an entirely new radiation belt was formed with an intensity over 100 times greater than any of the naturally existing radiation belts. Also in this year, scientists using a ruby laser bounced the light beam off the surface of the Moon, and using sophisticated detection equipment, they recorded the beam's reflection back to Earth. The ultra-secret Cheyenne Mountain Complex is completed near Colorado Springs, a massive underground facility with tunnel systems leading to other underground bases and cities. Here work many of the most intelligent people on Earth, inventing and manufacturing technologies unknown to the private sector. This is also the NORAD Command Center, the Air Force Space Command, the Space Defense Operations Center, and the Air Defense Command. This complex provides a day-to-day picture of precisely what is in space and where it is located. Not all of these centres were operational as early as 1962, but many researchers are convinced that the origin of this facility concerned extraterrestrials and Anunnaki operations, perhaps joint human Anunnaki operations. That this was 7200 of the Anunnaki chronology concerns an intriguing discovery. The ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico records a pyramid timeline in units called hunabs, discovered by Hugh Harleston Jr. He found that starting at the Pyramid of the Sun, there were 7,200 hunabs to the ruinous pile of architecture Harleston and others believe represented Planet X, the Anunnaki planet Nibiru. The Pyramid of the Sun is 203 feet tall, paralleling the 203 levels that make up the Great Pyramid in Egypt. Harleston asserts this because the other pyramids and temples of the Teotihuacan design represent the other known planets, Sun and Moon of the solar system. This year begins the global phenomenon known as close encounters of the fourth kind. Abductions of unwilling humans for experimentation and fetal extractions, implantation of tracking devices in the body and worldwide hybridization programs. American prophetess who predicted the rise of John F. Kennedy and his assassination claimed that in 1962 was the birth of a great evil. Her prediction was based off her interpretation of a massive conjunction of planets that occurred February 5, 1962. In 1962, scientists discovered that Venus was hot and rotated on its axis in a retrograde motion, both facts already theorized by Immanuel Velikovsky, though heavily censored. In this year, astronomers began to theorize that Venus may indeed be an intruder planet in the inner system, a fact Velikovsky already postulated. Dr. Carl Sagan urged the American Rocket Society in November to re-examine ancient myths and traditions for evidence and clues that Earth has been visited by extraterrestrial species in antiquity. The following fact is related of 1962 being the 60th year of the Great Pyramid's Giza course countdown to Armageddon in 2106 AD, the end of Anunnaki dominion over mankind. Local natives of Ecuador for years had been finding metal plates with symbols, imagery, elaborate pictures and inscriptions, many now in the Museo del Banco Central. Though these artifacts were found in the Americas, they depict elephants and sphinxes, and some are dated at least 3,000 years old. One intriguing plate is a perfect representation of the Great Pyramid, with individual blocks, a layer of casing stones, a cornerstone atop it with a sun symbol serving as the eye. Most amazing is the lower level of the pyramid, which is covered with inscriptions. This fact about the ancient Great Pyramid's lower courses, covered in writings, is the subject matter of Lost Scriptures of Giza. Because of a fire in 1962, these relics, an estimated 6,000 plates, were placed in the museo while many others were lost to private collections. The artifact showing the Great Pyramid has a smiling face on the top stone. The artist's archaic recognition that this apex stone was indeed the symbol of deity, the chief cornerstone the builders Anunnaki rejected. 1962 was connected to 1902 in other ways as well. In 1902, archaeologists realised that the massive artefacts taken from a sunken shipwreck off Crete was actually a sophisticated differential geared computer, the Antikythera computer. And 60 years later, in 1962, the prestigious magazine Natural History publicised the amazing features of this device in an article by British scientist Derek de Solla Price. Also, in 1902, the American Standard Bible was published, a much more accurate rendering of the text believed to be the Word of God. Now in 1962, the New American Standard Version is published. The theme of the Holy Scriptures is the salvation of mankind and redemption that will occur when the chief cornerstone returns to earth to defeat the enemy, evil Anunnaki, at Armageddon in 2106 AD, exactly 144 years after 1962. The number 144 is the grammatical value for the Hebrew root word for beginning, a root carrying the idea of eternalness. In 1962, Anunnaki life forms masquerading as hyperdimensional extraterrestrials began communicating through channeling in what is known as cosmic awareness, a collective that has provided human listeners a tremendous amount of data on the past, the present, and the future. Intriguingly, the cosmic awareness instructed its listeners that it was composed of 144 entities. In 2239 BC, the Anunnaki were imprisoned and their hybrid Nephilim offspring were destroyed in the global cataclysm, according to the Book of Enoch, beginning a period of confinement for 70 generations. The ancient Anunnaki generation was 60 years, a tenth of an Anunnaki Ner, or 600 years, great year. The same distance in time between 1902 and 1962. 70 generations multiplied by 60 years is 4,200 years, 600 times 7. The imprisonment of the Anunnaki ending in 1962 AD from the Great Deluge in 2239 BC. American pilot Gary Powers is released from Russian prison in exchange for Russian spy Rudolph Abel. The Cuban Missile Crisis occurs when President Kennedy reveals to the public that Russian missiles were being set up in Cuba. The Russians offer to withdraw the missile if America will remove their own missiles from Turkey. President Kennedy agrees to supply Britain with the United States Polaris nuclear missiles. President Kennedy revealed his displeasure with the economical stranglehold the world banks and corporate titans exercised over America, ordering his brother Robert Kennedy, the US Attorney General, to launch an investigation into price-fixing schemes. This move proved to be a fatal one, for it resulted with the assassination of himself and his brother. A large discoidal creature washed ashore on the south side of Sandy Cape, Tasmania. After local police could not scratch it with an axe, onlookers noticed that the creature's body retreated when exposed to fire. The Australian government quarantined the area, and biologist Ivan T. Sanderson noted that it was an unidentified biological entity. Trevor James Constable notes that this and other similar creatures had washed ashore in Australia and were akin to the unusual aerial life forms that sometimes allow themselves to be seen in the visible spectrum in the skies and are often mistook for UFOs. In 1962, the film superstar Marilyn Monroe was found dead of drug overdose in Los Angeles, many people suspecting foul play. 1. Behold a Pale Horse. 2. Elder Gods in Antiquity. 3. God's Laughter. 4. Dark Moon. 7. Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster. 8. Crop circles, gods and their secrets. 9. Our Haunted Planet. 12. Cornelia von Daniken, Secrets of the Lost Tao Gold Library. 13. Technology of the Gods. 14. Beginnings, the Sacred Design. 15. Donna Cossi, Kooks. 16. 20th Century Events. 18. Rule by Secrecy. 19. The Cosmic Pulse of Life. 1963 AD, 58:57 AM. Black civil rights leader Martin Luther King is arrested for leading a march in the state of Alabama. Over a month later, blacks riot at Cambridge and President Kennedy sends in federal troops to quell race riots in Alabama. In August, a wide-scale civil rights demonstration occurs in Washington, D.C., when Martin Luther King delivers his I Have a Dream speech. Martin Luther King's real name was Michael King, but his handlers, those financially backing his civil rights movement from behind the scenes, wanted him to be associated with the reformer Martin Luther, who went against the establishment of the time. Martin Luther King was tutored by the Jewish speechwriter Stanley Levinson, who wrote most of King's speeches. Both Attorney General Robert Kennedy and President John Kennedy warned Martin Luther King about his association with Levinson, who had a known communist record. 1962-63 seems to begin America's, by extension the whole world, rapid social and moral decline. The US Supreme Court ruled that the Lord's Prayer and reciting the Ten Commandments in public schools and Bible verses was unconstitutional, despite the fact that it was the United States Constitution that was the first in the world declaring that rights came from God, not men. American prophetess Jean Dixon reconfirmed her prediction that the president, now Kennedy, would be assassinated. On May 15th, astronaut Gordon Cooper's voice was drowned out on a channel reserved for space flights by a strange, unintelligible foreign language that has never been identified. On June 4th, President Kennedy signs Executive Order 11110, which allows for the United States government to print its own money without going through the Federal Reserve or other Rothschild-owned banks. This too was performed by Abraham Lincoln, who was also assassinated. Interestingly, World War I was caused by events connected to the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand and his wife Sophia in 1914, exactly 49 years before the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963. This same 49 years is what separated the assassination of Abraham Lincoln in 1865 to the assassination of Ferdinand in 1914. In 1963, the world's first female astronaut, the Russian Valentina Tereshkova, was launched into space. On November 22, 1963, President Kennedy is assassinated sitting in a convertible in Dallas with Governor of Texas John B. Connally. Lee Harvey Oswald, though there to shoot Kennedy, was set up by the real assassins. One of the bullets that struck Kennedy passed into John B. Connally's leg. The local authorities demanded that the bullet be removed for examination, but with the CIA's backing, Governor Connally refused. The conspirators knew that the ballistics would not match Oswald's rifle. John B. Connally was later commemorated with having a maximum security prison named after him, the John B. Connally Unit in Kennedy, Texas, infamous for the escape of the Texas Seven. Oswald was himself assassinated by Jack Ruby. The death of Kennedy began at 1,656 day, 414 times 4 curved time periods, to the assassination of his brother Robert Kennedy on June 5, 1968. A windstorm at Bangladesh, India killed 22,000 people. 1. 20th century events. 2. March of the Titans. 3. Jewish supremacism. 5. Our haunted planet. 6. Synagogue of Satan. 1964 AD, 58:58 AM. The Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, is founded in Jerusalem. President Johnson signs the US Civil Rights Act, giving equal rights to blacks. A powerful quake, the Good Friday earthquake, rocks Alaska, the largest until that time scientifically studied. Due to the remote region, only 131 people died. China detonated its first atomic bomb. The United States enters the Vietnam War as Congress empowers the president to commit troops, a war very unpopular with the American people. 1. 20th century events. 1965 AD, 58:59 AM. The US begins bombing raids in Vietnam, and President Johnson announced that he will commit 50,000 more troops in Vietnam, amidst a nation totally opposed to the war. Malcolm X, the leader of the pro-violence black nationalist movement, is assassinated on February the 21st. 6 months later in August, blacks riot for 6 days across the nation in 30 major cities, looting and burning resulting with 34 deaths and 40 million in property damage before law enforcement could end the anarchy. The US passed the 1965 Immigration Act, which did away with the previous National Origins Clause, designed to ensure that the USA would not allow in more foreigners than the Anglo-Saxon population could absorb. Ted Kennedy of Massachusetts and Zionist Emanuel Keller were the architects of the change. Construction begins in New York on the World Trade Center complex. On September the 6th, India launches a full-scale invasion of Pakistan. In May, a windstorm at Bangladesh, India, killed 17,000 people, followed by a second windstorm at Bangladesh killing another 30,000 people, and a third windstorm in December that killed 10,000 people. A comet was seen in 1965, but astronomers determined that it was not attached to any known orbit. In 1965, the Great Blackout in the northeastern United States left millions without power. It was a mystery for power companies not even connected to the main power grid were affected as well, and VLF, very low frequency, and ham radio reception were jammed with static. All of this indicated not a power outage, but a powerful electromagnetic disturbance. Soviet astronaut Leonov conducts the first spacewalk for 20 minutes in March, followed by an American astronaut Edward White aboard Gemini 4, 3 months later in June. Mariner 4 probe sent back the first detailed photographs of Mars known to the public. 1. 20th century events. 3. Our haunted planet. 1966 AD, 5860 AM. A major US offensive against the Viet Cong's Iron Triangle area, and US bombers attack the North Vietnamese cities of Hanoi and Haiphong. The ultra-secret SR-71 Blackbird spy jet enters US service. The unmanned Soviet spacecraft Lunar 9 makes the first soft landing on the Moon. NASA's Orbiter 2 photographed 6 pyramidal cones on the surface of the Moon at the western edge of the Sea of Tranquility. The nationally popular series Star Trek begins this year, the two main characters being Jewish Zionists William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy. The alien abduction account of Betty and Barney Hill is publicised this year. Walt Disney died, he being the last barrier to total Jewish control of Hollywood. A major quake at Xingtai, China occurs. At Aberfan, South Wales, a slag heap slips and buries alive 144 students and teachers in October. 1. 20th century events. 3. Elder gods in antiquity. 4. Camouflage through limited disclosure. 5. Jewish supremacism. 6. Natural disasters. 1967 AD, 5861 AM. US forces in Vietnam execute Operation Junction City, the largest military campaign in the Vietnam War as of that date. On May 22nd, the Islamic Arab nations of the UAR closed down the Gulf of Aqaba to Israeli shipping. Jordan, Syria and Egypt position their militaries, threatening Israel, completely surrounding the tiny nation, and the Six-Day War results with Israel executing a series of preemptive strikes, crippling the Arab forces. The war begins June 5th, and on the 6th and 7th, the Israelis take control of the Gaza Strip, the West Bank and Jericho. On the 10th, the UAR and their allies accept a ceasefire agreement. On June 9th, the Israelis occupied the Temple Mount, fulfilling the 2300-year prophecy from the emergence of Alexander of Macedon in 334 BC in Daniel 8:1-17. American action in Vietnam intensifies with bombing only 10 miles away from the Chinese border. On June 8th, the Israelis attempted to draw the United States into their war and attack Egypt. Unmarked Israeli Mirage fighter jets and Israeli torpedo boats attacked the USS Liberty, jamming their signals when they called for aid. The Liberty was a lightly armed intelligence ship that was monitoring radio communications, and the Israelis feared it intercepted communications of a planned invasion of Syria, or that the Americans had been monitoring the radio when Israeli troops gunned down hundreds of unarmed Egyptian prisoners of war. The Israeli jets first took out the Liberty's radio room and napalmed the deck of the ship for maximum fatalities. The jets made repeated passes until they were out of missiles, and they tore 821 huge holes in the Liberty with their 20 and 40 millimeter cannons, with a giant hole at the waterline with a torpedo. The crew of the Liberty rigged a radio antenna and hailed the Mediterranean Sixth Fleet for help, even identifying their attackers as Israelis, and American jets were sent out to aid her. In an incredible act of treason, President Lyndon Johnson, long having been in the pockets of the world Zionists, ordered the American relief jets to turn back, leaving the Liberty with no help. President Johnson intended to sacrifice the Liberty off the Israeli coast to initiate American military actions against Egypt in full collusion with Israeli officials. Johnson was angry at Egypt's recent Soviet negotiations and alliance. Israeli torpedo boats were caught by a Russian spy ship machine-gunning the crew of the USS Liberty in their life rafts, a war crime, causing the Israelis to abort their attack on the American vessel. The incident was silenced and the world media ignored it. Until this day, it is not known how the Liberty and its remaining crew survived the sustained 3-hour-long attack. The US Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, said, quote, "Israel purposely and deliberately attacked the USS Liberty," unquote. But with the Zionist infiltration of the US government and total control over the world media, the Israelis were never made to answer for their actions. In a twist of karma later that year, the Egyptians destroyed the Israeli destroyer Eilat in October. This six-day war was exactly 720 years after the Muslims of Egypt took Jerusalem in 1247 AD. In January, 3 American astronauts died in a fire at Cape Canaveral. In Colorado were discovered the fossilized bones preserved in a vein of silver in a mine with a copper arrowhead 4 inches long of a human, the enigma being that the silver vein is dated 4 million years old. 1. 20th century events. 3. Jewish supremacy. 4. William Dankenbring, citing Dr. Stan Monteith. 7. Lost cities of North and Central America. 1968 AD, 58:62 AM. In this year, the number of US troops in Vietnam reached 486,000, and on January 31st, the Viet Cong conducted the Tet Offensive, New Year, throughout Vietnam, killing Americans and South Vietnamese. On April 4th, civil rights black leader Martin Luther King is assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee, triggering racial riots in many US cities. King was killed by James Earl Ray. On June 5th, Robert Kennedy was assassinated in Los Angeles after winning the California primary election. Another world-famous man dies, Yuri Gagarin, the first Russian cosmonaut in space, first human in space, dying in a plane crash. The CIA initiated Project Phoenix in Southeast Asia, torturing thousands of Vietnamese prisoners and civilians for intelligence, resulting in the death of tens of thousands, a program enduring until 1972. In Iraq, the CIA secretly supported and aided the Ba'ath Party, installing Saddam Hussein as dictator. The United States detonates Boxcar underneath the Nevada desert, a 1.3 megaton nuclear weapon. Astronauts aboard Apollo 8 complete the first manned flight around the moon, and they took a picture of the Earth from space beyond the moon while reading the first 11 verses of the Book of Genesis. A fossil hunter named William Webster Jr. at Antelope Springs, Utah, discovered a human footprint fossilized in stone, stepping on a trilobite, 65 million year old life form. The footprint was sandaled, the strata dating to the Cambrian period. On September 4th, a triangular-shaped UFO appeared over Madrid, Spain, and was seen by thousands of people, many of them taking pictures of the object. It was described by onlookers as pyramid-shaped. France explodes its first hydrogen bomb in the Pacific. 1. March of the Titans. 2. 20th century events. 3. Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster. 5. Crop circles, gods and their secrets. 6. Evolution cruncher. 7. Invisible resonance, X1X. The cosmic pulse of life. 1969 AD, 58:63 AM. Soviet troops crossed the border into Xinjiang, China. The US agrees to destroy all of its germ warfare stock, but it is highly doubtful the military did so. On July 20th, the Apollo spacecraft landed on the moon, televised around the world. Video shows Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin on the lunar surface, and over 70% of the worldwide population doubted the authenticity of the Apollo missions. Many scientists and researchers have published meticulous material demonstrating the fallacies and impossibilities of the moonwalk, as was conveyed by NASA, believing the moon landing and acts of the astronauts were a fiction perpetuated by NASA to cover the real and highly secret space program, as Americans watched a doctored film that appeared authentic in 1969 to boost American morale in an atmosphere of superior Soviet space achievements in all categories. There are many, and for good reason, who believe that the secret space program had already been to the moon prior to the 1969 televised fiction. In 1969, the Boeing 747 jumbo jet makes its maiden flight, and from Toulouse, France, the Concorde made its maiden flight. About 400,000 people assembled at Woodstock in New York in celebration of free love and rock and roll. On August 9th, Charles Manson influences his followers to kill actress Sharon Tate and 4 others. 1. 20th century events. 2. Dark Moon. 1970 AD, 58:64 AM. An Israeli air raid on Cairo, Egypt, killed 70 civilians. The Syrians and Israelis engaged in a battle in April. Comet Bennett appears brightly in April. In May, a quake in Peru buried alive and killed 25,000 people, but burning, anarchy and disease afterward killed altogether 66,000. A violent cyclone struck Bangladesh, India, killing 300,000 people. Palestinians hijacked 4 passenger aircraft and negotiate the release of Palestinian prisoners held in Israel, Switzerland, West Germany and Britain. The Boeing 747 jumbo jet enters commercial transatlantic service. China launches its first satellite. The American Apollo 13 mission departed Earth at 1:13 p.m. or 1313 hours. On the 13th day of the month, the mission was aborted due to the rupture of an oxygen tank. The crew escaped in a lunar capsule and splashdown was at 12:13 EST. A meteorite fell to Earth called the Murchison meteorite, studied by the Ames Research Center of NASA and the scientists of 2 universities. It was determined to have contained within it definite traces of amino acids. 1. 20th century events. 2. Foundations of astronomy. 4. Mankind, child of the stars. 1971 AD, 58:65 AM. President Nixon announced that the US will withdraw 100,000 troops from Vietnam, and later in the year he declares that the US will cease its Vietnam offensive. Apollo 14 lands on the moon and takes samples of moon rocks. This may have been simply the continuation of the 1969 hoax. US space probe Mariner 9 orbits planet Mars and sends pictures back to the Earth. The USSR launches the Salyut 1 space station into orbit. The United States launched a deep space probe called Pioneer 10, containing a geometrical message for an extraterrestrial civilization to easily interpret, explaining that Earth is populated by humans, where Earth is located in the galaxy, and that we are open to communication with others among the stars. Radioactivity from Cygnus X4, noted by astronomers in 1962, underwent a notable change in 1971, revealing to astronomers that they were not observing a neutron star or pulsar, but probably a black hole. This region of blackened space very well might be the location of our Sun's burned-out binary companion star, or dark star, called Nemesis by astronomers. The fossil remains of the largest bird ever found were discovered in Texas this year. Called a pterosaur, the creature had a 51-foot wingspan. This is larger than most jet fighters. It is later discovered that the Mariner 9 photographs of Mars at the Elysium Quadrangle were the first known photographic records of anomalous structures on the surface of the red planet, pyramidal buildings ruined. Communist China is voted into the United Nations and Taiwan is expelled. India invades Pakistan and Pakistan surrenders After a 2-week war in December, Disney World opens in Orlando, Florida. 1. 20th century events. 4. God's laughter. 5. Evolution cruncher. 1972 AD, 58:66 AM. President Nixon is the first US president to visit China, and after 22 years of diplomatic silence, Britain resumes talks with the Chinese. On June 17th, 5 men are arrested for trying to plant listening devices in the Democratic National Committee's HQ in Washington, D.C., known as the Watergate scandal. Apollo 17 is NASA's final trip to the moon. Strangely, throughout the entire career of the American space shuttle program, space vehicles far more sophisticated than the Apollo rockets and capsules never had NASA ever sent one of the shuttles to the moon. As of 2012, NASA has not been back to the moon for 40 years, if it's ever been at all. A large meteorite the size of a football field blazed across the sky over North America, witnessed by many in Canada and the United States as a fiery ball that burned along the upper atmosphere but never fell to Earth, exiting the atmosphere, continuing its passage. The Soviet space probe Venera 8 landed on planet Venus and reported through its data that the planet is enshrouded in a thick liquid canopy that allows only 25% sunlight to reach its surface. A deliberate attack against the African people was masterminded through the World Health Organization, WHO, when they initiated an immense smallpox vaccination program with many vaccines laced with HIV/AIDS virus that eventually killed millions of Africans and spread throughout the world. The last American combat troops were pulled out of Vietnam, but American aircraft continue bombing North Vietnamese objectives. Arab terrorists at the Olympics in Munich, West Germany, kill 11 Israeli athletes. 1. 20th century events. 2. Prophets of Doom. 3. In Search of Noah's Ark. 4. Synagogue of Satan. 1973 AD, 58:67 AM. The last US troops depart Vietnam, ending the war. Israeli fighter jets shot down a Libyan Boeing 727 over the Sinai. On April 15th on CBS Face the Nation, Senator William Fulbright, when discussing American policy in the Mideast, stated to the American people, quote, "Israel controls the United States Senate," unquote. On April 4th, the World Trade Center towers were completed and dedicated, being then the tallest buildings on Earth at 1,368 feet high, 110 stories each. This was 28 years after a B-25 bomber flew right through the 78th to 79th floors of the first tallest building on Earth in New York City, the Empire State Building in 1945. And 28 years into the future after 1973 was 2001 AD, when passenger jets flew into the WTC towers through the 78th, 79th and 80th floors on September 11. The Trilateral Commission, formed by private wealthy citizens and globalists from the USA, Europe and Japan, headed by David Rockefeller, who used international commerce and banks to seize American political control. France begins a series of nuclear tests at Mururoa Atoll, ignoring protests from New Zealand and Australia. Comet Kahutek was visible with the naked eye for almost a month from remote mountaintops and observatories. The US launches the first US space station called Skylab. The greatest wave of reported UFO sightings in recorded history began in 1973 and continued on through 1974. Top Soviet scientists announced in October that extraterrestrial intelligent radio signals were recorded and had their origin within our solar system. It was concluded that the transmissions were of artificial origin, having nothing to do with pulsars, stars emitting radio waves, but were caused by the emissions of very sophisticated transmission equipment. These were conclusions by some of the greatest scientists in Russia, being Vsevolod Troitsky, Director of Research Radiological Institute in Gorky, Nikolai Kardashek, Laboratory Chief at Institute of Space Research of USSR Academy of Sciences, and Samuel Kaplan, Chief Astronomer at Gorky University. Many UFO investigators are convinced that there are hidden extraterrestrial bases on Mars, the moons of Mars, our moon, and even on Earth. The increasingly communist and anti-Christian US Supreme Court ruled in Roe v. Wade that the human fetus is not a person, and therefore has no constitutional nor human rights. This is in direct contravention to sacred law, which reads, quote, "Thou shalt not destroy thy conceptions before they are brought forth, nor kill them after they are born," unquote. Christian author Tertullian was quite clear about abortion even during early church history, over 18 centuries ago, writing, quote, "We acknowledge that life begins with conception, because we contend that the soul begins at conception. Life begins when the soul begins," unquote. The strangest hypocrisy has surfaced in America and throughout the Western world, as people find themselves morally outraged when children are molested but survive, many of these same people having no problem with the murder of unborn defenceless people who have not yet been separated from their mothers. Abortion is a sanitized word for murder, a violation of the Ten Commandments, "Thou shalt not kill." In October, Egypt and Syria attacked Israel, initiating the Yom Kippur War, and 11 Arab states agreed to cut oil production and raise prices in protest of US support for Israel. The United States and United Nations organised ceasefires ending the war. A CIA recon satellite took photographs of an anomalous structure, like a ship, encased in ice on Mount Ararat in Turkey. US scientists Boyer and Cohen successfully achieved cloning. 1. 20th century events. 2. Jewish supremacism. 3. Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster. 4. Rule by secrecy. 6. Mankind, Child of the Stars. 8. Epistle of Barnabas, 1411. 9. Four Witnesses. 1974 AD, 5868 AM. China launches a new cultural revolution, abandoning the ancient dictates of Confucius. The Chinese end 2 years of excavations at the ruins of Changsha, capital of the Hunan province, of 3 tombs that date back to the Han Dynasty, 207–221 AD. One of the tombs yielded forth an entire ancient library of texts dating back from 168 BC, written upon silk, known as the Chinese silk texts. In the Marabdai Silk Almanac are astronomical reports going back 1,000 years from 300 BC and to as remote as 1500 BC. The Sears Tower in the United States is finished in Chicago, becoming the new tallest building in the world, and would remain the tallest until 1996, 22 years, when Cesar Pelli's Petronas Towers were erected in Kuala Lumpur. The Sears Tower, at 1451 feet high, was 108 stories, 1728 feet in height, 864 plus 864, adding its antenna array. President Nixon resigns after Watergate implications and refusal to disclose the tapes. Gerald Ford becomes the US president. US space probe Mariner 10 is sent to Venus and takes photographs from only 26,000 miles away, sending them back to Earth. 1973 and 1974 were the years of the greatest UFO sightings in recorded history around the world. In this year, Otto O. Binder wrote, quote, "It is an established fact that more than 100,000 people utterly vanish from Earth each year. No trace is ever found by missing persons bureaus, nor by the best detective hunts. Many ufologists surmise that these people are abducted and whisked away from Earth alive." Unquote. Binder mentions that his statistics account for those secretly murdered, kidnapped for various reasons, runaways, and those having died in secluded areas and never found. At Langley, VA, in the CIA headquarters, high officials disclosed to retired US Air Force Colonel Dr. Walter Brown that they were conducting a study of Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat. A US Air Force F-4 with sophisticated photographic equipment was sent to take pictures of what the pilot was told was a Russian defense installation on Mount Ararat. Passing within 1,000 feet of the dark structure in the ice, the pictures were taken and film turned over into top-secret files. Years later, the actual photographer said, quote, "I saw it with my own eyes. It was a dark black foreign object about two-thirds the way up the mountain near a gorge. It was oblong and partially buried in ice, overhanging a cliff. To me, it certainly looked like a boat-like object, definitely man-made. It was totally out of place," unquote. The Great Flood that Noah survived in 2239 BC, see Chronicon 1, was the last major cataclysmic depopulation of the world, though there have been other disasters, even on a worldwide scale. None have been like the Great Flood, nor like the Phoenix cataclysm that will occur in 2040 AD, exactly 66 years, 792 months, after 1974. Interestingly, the Armageddon catastrophe and war in 2106 AD is 132 years after 1974, or 66 plus 66 years. Lastly, 1974 AD is exactly 4212 years after the Great Flood, or 2106 plus 2106 years. 1. 20th century events. 2. End of Eden. 4. Mankind, child of the stars. 6. The incredible discovery of Noah's Ark. 1975 AD, 58:69 AM. In this year, Beirut, Lebanon, was a modern port city and centre of commerce and banking. In this year, the Christian Phalangists and the Muslims erupted in civil war, killing 42,000 people as the Israelis aided the Christians and the Palestinians and other Islamicists aided the Muslims of Lebanon. The day after the last American helicopter departed from South Vietnam, the South Vietnamese surrender to the Viet Cong in Saigon is renamed Ho Chi Minh City. Over 50,000 US troops died in this senseless war, which was actually a silent war against China and their Russian communist allies, the centre of conflict masked by taking place in Vietnam. The tomb of the Chinese Emperor Shi Huangdi was excavated, and discovered inside was the world-famous Chinese terracotta army, over 6,000 life-sized and lifelike Chinese warrior statues. Dr. Bartholomew Nagy published his controversial research on the existence of microbiological fossils on and within meteorites from Mars. Comet West appeared, and as it was viewed, the comet fragmented, splitting into 4 nuclei in March. The ancient Canaanite Eblet tablet texts were unearthed, 15,000 tablet records of events over 3,000 years ago, providing historians with a wealth of knowledge on the ancient Near East, these records mentioning biblical places like Sodom and Gomorrah. In the USA, audiences enjoyed being terrified by Spielberg's blockbuster movie Jaws. 1. The World's All Wrong. 2. 20th Century Events. 4. Far Out Adventures. 1976 AD, 58:70 AM. Jewish American scholar and translator of Sumerian, Zecharia Sitchin, released his controversial book, The 12th Planet, concerning the history of the Anunnaki race that created humanity, visited in 3439 BC before the Great Flood, and their return to Earth from their intruder planet Nibiru. This begins 34 years of prophetic academic ministry, warning humanity about the Anunnaki through his informative books in the Earth Chronicles series, ending in 2010, the year of his death, with his final book, There Were Giants in the Earth. Sitchin's research has been continued and expanded in Anunnaki Homeworld, Orbital History, and 2046 AD, Return of Planet Nibiru, released in 2011. 1976 AD begins 70 years to the return of the Anunnaki in 2046 AD. NASA's Viking 1 and 2 probes set down on Mars, these being the popularised first landings on the Red Planet. However, the secret space program had long been on Mars before 1976. NASA's Viking 1 orbiter satellite took pictures of the surface of Mars at the Cydonia region, where many researchers believe ancient megalithic architecture has been seen. Many are baffled as to why NASA pre-programmed the orbiter to take 4 rapid photos of an area known as Crater Pyramid, the only region on Mars where the satellite's steady-paced camera performed anything unusual. This alludes that NASA insiders already expected to find something in the region. Satellite photo 70A13 was taken at 1080 miles above the surface of Cydonia and revealed a distinct sphinx-like face staring into the sky, as well as a pentahedral pyramid, now called the DNM Pyramid. Comet West appears in March, marking the 70-year countdown to the destruction of the Western world in 2046 AD. Astronomers watched Comet West break up. On July 4th, the USA celebrated its 200th birthday since its declaration of independence in 1776. The US reinstates the death penalty. In Israel, the Temple Institute begins preparing the temple sacraments, artifacts, replication of the utensils and objects necessary for the priestcraft in accordance with ancient Israelite Levitical law. On July the 28th, a quake in Tangshan east of Peking, now Beijing, killed 750,000 people. Also in Asia, another 750,000 to 1.5 million people in Cambodia were exterminated in Pol Pot's Khmer Rouge. The genocide would continue on through 1979. In May, the ceasefire in Lebanon between Christian and Muslim forces collapses. The civil war renewed. 1. Foundations of astronomy. 2. Predictions for a new millennium. 3. The Poison King. 4. 20th century events. 1977 AD, 5871 AM. 1977 was a year of unique discoveries. Japanese fishermen caught a 4,000-pound dead plesiosaur that measured 30 foot in length. These creatures are dinosaurs still found today in 65 million-year-old rock strata and exhibited in museums around the world. The specimen was found off the coast of New Zealand and is the same marine creature that has been sighted for over 1,000 years at Loch Ness in Scotland. Though Asian countries minted coins in commemoration of the find and marketed T-shirts, posters and other memorabilia, little at all was broadcast in the West due to the scientific dogma restricting Western scientists to offer the public opinions as to how this find was possible. On December 31st, the UPI White House photographer Ronald Bennett, for then President Jimmy Carter, who had been the UPI photographer for the White House from Nixon to Reagan, was aboard the Air Force One jet with President Carter and his staff on a flight from Russia to Tehran, Iran, with a wing-on-wing Russian fighter jet escort over Mount Ararat in Turkey. Someone called everyone's attention over to the windows, and later Bennett related, quote, "There, maybe halfway up the mountain, clearly visible, was a large dark boat. It was partially covered in snow or ice. I'm convinced, based on what I saw, that it was Noah's Ark. It's my opinion that the President probably had Air Force One routed over Mount Ararat and most likely saw the Ark too," unquote. Charles Kowal discovered the planetoid Chiron from the Pasadena Observatory, which maintains a 51-year solar orbit between Saturn and Jupiter. The highly elliptical orbit brings it well inside Jupiter's orbit as well. It is believed to be the remnants of a comet about 200 kilometers in diameter. Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle published Lucifer's Hammer, a fictional account about a very large comet colliding into Earth. A story noted and widely publicised because the authors were careful to be as scientific as possible. The London Times referred to the Bilderbergers as, quote, "a clique of the richest, economically and politically most powerful and influential men in the Western world, who meet secretly to plan events that later appeared just to happen, unquote. Elvis Presley died at 42. George Lucas's epic movie Star Wars fascinates and inspires Americans and begins an entire subculture and Star Wars industry. 1. Evolution Cruncher. 2. The incredible discovery of Noah's Ark. 3. Shadow of Darkness, Dawning of Light. 1978 AD, 5872 AM. Israel invades southern Lebanon, which is a reaction to PLO killings of Israelis. Later in September, the Camp David Accords bring about peace between Egypt and Israel after 30 years of war and tension. Unrest, anarchy and martial law are declared in Iran. Also in this year, the Soviets conduct a subterranean nuclear test deep in the earth that triggers an earthquake in Iran. 1978 saw 3 popes in office, this being 1440 years after 538 AD, when the papacy was declared supreme in Christendom. Pope Paul VI died and was succeeded by Pope John Paul I, who was poisoned to death for launching an investigation into the Vatican Bank. He was in this same year succeeded by Pope John Paul II. Egypt breaks off diplomatic ties with Syria, Iraq, Libya, Algeria and South Yemen, who remain Israel's adversaries. American Ron Wyatt discovered Egyptian chariot parts, wheels, axles, human and horse bones encrusted with coral in the Red Sea, providing photographic evidence that the biblical story of the Egyptian army chasing the Israelites across the seabed in 1447 BC occurred. Since this date, several other researchers have been to the spot and made their own discoveries confirming this early controversial find. College girl serial killer Ted Bundy is captured. 1. 20th century events. 2. Pole shift. 3. The end times. Prophecies of coming changes. 6. Discovered Noah's Ark. 1979 AD, 5873 AM. The Shah of Iran and his family flee to Egypt. The Ayatollah Khomeini returns to Iran from exile, and Iran is declared an Islamic republic. On November the 4th, Iranians stormed the US embassy in Tehran and took over 100 US hostages. Saddam Hussein becomes the president of Iraq, and the Soviet Union invades Afghanistan. By this time in Cambodia, Pol Pot's regime had exterminated 750,000 to 1.5 million people. Flooding killed 15,000 people in Morva, India. Over North America was seen the last total solar eclipse until 2017 in February. Amazingly, the isometric year for 1979 AD is 2017 AD. See 1998 AD to learn about isometric year dates. NASA's Skylab, 77.5 tonnes, on July 11th re-entered Earth's atmosphere and broke into pieces over the Indian Ocean and the desert of Australia. The Voyager spacecraft passed through the Jovian system, taking thousands of photographs of Jupiter and its moons. The Ixtoc-1 oil platform off of Mexico's Gulf Coast suffered a strange explosion, causing 3.3 million barrels of oil to leak into the Gulf of Mexico. Some estimate it was much more, contaminating the Texas, Louisiana and Florida shorelines. The blowout preventer failed. This same scenario would play out with the BP, British Petroleum, disaster in the Gulf of Mexico in 2010. An accident at 3 Mile Island nuclear plant in Pennsylvania threatened to release lethal amounts of radiation. 1. 20th century events. 3. The Poison King. 4. The World's All Wrong. 5. Life as We Do Not Know It. 1980 AD, 5874 AM. Soviet troops are in control of most of Afghanistan. Martial law is declared in Kabul. Afghanistan and 65 nations boycott the Olympics that are held in Moscow, Russia, in protest of the invasion of Afghanistan. President Carter of USA breaks off diplomatic relations with Iran after a US commando mission failed to take back the American embassy hostages in Tehran. The British SAS successfully stormed the Iranian embassy in London. This was exactly 500 years after 1480 AD, when the Russians were freed from Mongol control. In July, the Israeli Knesset declared a united Jerusalem to be the capital of Israel. A Zionist demonstration in Jerusalem on March 23rd ceremonially burned hundreds of copies of the New Testament. On September the 24th, Iraq invades Iran to gain control over the Shatt al-Arab waterway. The Iran-Iraq War would last 8 years and is a continuation of the ancient struggle between Babylon, Iraq, and Persia, Iran. By the end of the war, over 1 million would be dead. In May 18 to 19th, Mount St. Helens erupted, a long-dormant volcano, causing massive widespread destruction in a rural area of Washington state, filling the atmosphere with ash. This was the 360th year since the English Puritans, called Pilgrims, landed in North America. Exactly 204 years, 2448 months, since the Declaration of Independence created the United States. The number 2448 paralleling the 2448 Annus Mundi date of the Exodus disasters that also involved massive global volcanism in 1447 BC. A quake in southern Italy killed 3,000 people. Amazingly, a meteorite crashed into a red Chevrolet Malibu at Peekskill, New York, penetrating the trunk and gas tank. A smoking rock from space was found underneath the car in a crater 6 inches deep. The meteorite was the size of a football. This is exactly 60 years before New York City will be completely destroyed by the Phoenix Transit cataclysm. The US space probe Voyager 1 passed within 77,000 miles of Saturn. 1. 20th century events. 4. Jewish supremacism. 6. The Science Times Book of Natural Disasters. 1981 AD, 58:75 AM. The day after President Reagan is inaugurated as the 40th President of the United States, Iran released all 52 of the US hostages that had been held for 444 days, since 1979. 2 months later, President Reagan survived an assassination attempt in Washington, D.C. 2 months after that, in May, Pope John Paul II is seriously wounded in an assassination attempt in St. Peter's Square, Rome. On October 6, President Anwar Sadat of Egypt is assassinated by Muslim fundamentalist soldiers. On June 7th, Israeli aircraft bomb a nuclear generator outside Baghdad, Iraq. It was obvious to the Israelis that Iraq, awash in oil and natural gas, did not need a reactor to produce energy. They sought to make a nuclear weapon. The Space Shuttle Columbia is launched into orbit on April the 12th, the world's first known reusable space vehicle. In July, the Prince of Wales and Lady Diana Spencer were married in England as 700 million people worldwide watched the wedding. 1. 20th century events. 3. The world's all wrong. 1982 AD, 58:76 AM. Unemployment in Britain reaches 3 million, and the British announced intention to buy the Trident II nuclear weapons to replace the Polaris models. The Iran-Iraq war continues. Iranian troops recapturing Khorramshahr. The Israelis invade Lebanon after an Israeli ambassador to the United Kingdom is shot by Palestinian terrorists. September the 15th, the Israelis push into West Beirut. The Israeli invasion was dubbed Peace for Galilee, but affected just the opposite. Ariel Sharon of Israel arranged for the slaughter of Muslim refugees of Lebanon. The massacres of Sabra and Shatila were blamed solely on Christian Falangist militiamen, 1,000 to 2,000 men, women and children. But the Israelis could not hide the fact that their airstrikes against civilian areas of Beirut caused the deaths of 18,000 people. The city of Beirut is devastated and 500,000 people are driven from their homes. The US government places 100 MX intercontinental nuclear missiles in Wyoming. The movie E.T. the Extraterrestrial by Spielberg is an instant international hit. A devout Christian and amateur archaeologist named Ron Wyatt related that he was led by inspiration to excavate a site outside the old walls of Jerusalem that he believed was Jeremiah the prophet's grotto, where in 585 BC he hid the Ark of the Covenant and other temple artifacts when the Babylonians invaded Judah. Wyatt claims to have excavated an underground chamber that had a crevasse that allowed him to view another chamber full of relics and objects, including a large box adorned with angels he believes was the Ark. His book claims that he informed the Israeli archaeological authorities, but they revoked his permission to excavate the area and closed the site. In 1982, by accident, Russell Burroughs discovered an underground complex full of golden coins and artefacts that were 2,000 years old and of North African, Carthaginian, Phoenician, Syrian, Jewish, Roman, West African, Mauritanian, and even Christian in origin. He claims the find is extensive and had some of the relics photographed and studied by experts. But in fear of prosecution for removing artefacts illegally, Burroughs refuses to disclose the location of the objects and cave. It has now been determined that these treasures are part of the lost treasure of King Juba II of North Africa, who fled from the Roman invasion, c. 25 BC, 23 BC, of Chronicon 1, and 23 AD, 40 AD, 41 AD, and 42 AD. On April the 4th, the volcano El Chicon erupted in Mexico in one of the largest eruptions in history, discharging 5 times the amount of material than Mount St. Helens in 1980. In 1982, NASA announced its conclusion that there must exist another large planetary body in our solar system, as yet undiscovered, that is the cause of the unusual perturbations in the motion of the outer planets. 1. 20th century events. 3. Jewish supremacism. 4. Synagogue of Satan. 7. Discovered Noah's Ark. 8. The lost treasure of King Juba. 9. The wars of gods and men. Sitchin. Mankind emerges. 1983 AD, 5877 AM. Israeli Defense Minister Ariel Sharon resigns over the massacre of Palestinian refugees in Lebanon in 1982. Over 30 people are killed in the bombing of the US Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon, and 6 months later, in October, a suicide bomber kills 262 US servicemen and 62 French troops in Beirut, or 324 men, 108 times 3. In 1983, the United States developed the nuclear missile shield known as the Star Wars program. In Britain, anti-nuclear protesters form a 14 miles long human chain, and similar protests occur in Italy, the Netherlands, and West Germany. The breakdown of nuclear stockpiling between the USA and USSR stops as both nations begin increasing their nuclear stock. In Canada, 80,000 people in various cities protest the proposed testing of US cruise missiles in Alberta. The Soviets shoot down a Korean passenger jet, killing all 269 people aboard over Soviet territory, making unsupported claims of spying. Hurricane Alicia devastated Galveston, Texas. NASA launched the IRAS space telescope, which takes pictures of the heavens in infrared. It photographed comet Iras-Araki-Alcock, which was the closest known comet in 200 years. The IRAS telescope orbiting Earth had discovered that comets are rich in dust, especially burned-out comets. Some comets have no visible tails of evaporating gases, but they do have almost invisible dust tails. The IRAS telescope discovered that a Neptune-sized planet was heading toward the inner solar system from far away, detected early in the year but not publicised. It was again detected by the IRAS space telescope toward the end of the year. On the final day of 1983, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory reported that through IRAS they had discovered Planet X, announced by the chief NASA scientist over the IRAS program. It was reported that IRAS discovered beyond Pluto an extremely far, quote, mystery celestial body, unquote. It was said to be 4 times the size of Earth and moving toward us. Later, NASA retracted the statement after it had appeared in major newspapers all over America. It is a distinct possibility that IRAS discovered planet Phoenix, which was 57 years away from returning to the inner solar system in 2040 AD, 81 years after it had passed through in 1902, and 1983 was exactly 12 years after Phoenix reached aphelion, the furthest distance from the Sun. Further calendrical evidence that this was planet Phoenix is the fact that 1983 was 207 years since the birth of the United States in 1776. 207 years being half a Phoenix cursed Earth cycle of 414 years, or 2484 months, 414 times 6. Also in this year, the University of Chicago scientists gathered evidence from past catastrophes, noting mass extinctions at regular intervals. Their research and conclusions finalised in 1984. The US Pioneer 10 spacecraft crosses the orbit of Neptune. On its opening day, the movie Return of the Jedi grossed $6.2 million. US intelligence agencies discovered that the Israelis had prior knowledge of the Beirut bombings that killed 242 US servicemen and 62 French troops, but did not warn US nor French officials. 1. 20th century events. 4. The end times. Prophecies of coming changes. 5. Foundations of astronomy. 6. The end of days. 7. Great disasters. 9. Jewish supremacism. 1984 AD, 5878 AM. Two independent research think tanks of astrophysicists and astronomers took the research findings from the University of Chicago, made in 1983 and 84. Both groups arriving at the same conclusions. Our solar system either once was or is still a binary system, having two stars, and that its sister star must be a dark star, a compressed star also called a frozen star, called Nemesis or the Death Star. This is also the conclusion of Chronicon 1, c. 5239 to 3895 BC. Both planets Phoenix and Nibiru orbit between these two stars. China and Britain signed an agreement returning Hong Kong to China in 1997, with China agreeing to maintain its capitalist system until the year 2047 AD. Such an agreement hints that elitists are already aware that the city of Hong Kong and much of China will be destroyed in the cataclysm of 2046 AD, when Nibiru returns. Civil war and unrest continue in Lebanon at Beirut, and in India, a toxic leak at Union Carbide Chemical Company in Bhopal kills at least 2,500 and causes maladies in 200,000 others. Ronald Reagan wins the presidential re-election in a landslide victory. In Israel, the Temple Institute becomes official, with the objective to rebuild the temple on the Temple Mount, where presently the Muslim Dome of the Rock is located. This is exactly 2520 years, 360 times 7, after 537 BC, when Babylon fell to Persia, and the Persians acquired the Holy Temple artifacts from the Babylonians that had been taken from the temple in Jerusalem in 585 BC. Also, 1984 was the middle of the Iran-Iraq War, or again the war between Babylon and Persia. American amateur archaeologist Ronald Wyatt and his sons are jailed for 75 days in Saudi Arabia for investigating a peculiar mountain many people believe is the real Mount Sinai of the scriptures, where Moses received the Ten Commandments, located in Arabia. At the mountain site in Arabia are the remains of 12 pillars and petroglyphic evidence that the Israelites out of Egypt had been at the site. After the release of Ron Wyatt and his sons from Saudi Arabia, they appeared on CBS Morning News. 1. Great disasters. 2. Predictions for a new millennium. 3. 20th century events. 4. Discovered Noah's Ark. 1985 AD, 5879 AM. Millions starve in Ethiopia as the famine worsens. A major earthquake afflicts Mexico City, resulting in widespread architectural destruction. In Colombia, at least 25,000 die when the Nevado del Ruiz volcano erupts for the first time since 1845. A cyclone killed 10,000 people at Bangladesh, India. By this year in American and world history, The subliminal and overt anti-white media conditioning of the Jewish-owned and controlled networks in Hollywood had become so noticeable that C.W. Dalton in his The World's All Wrong wrote, quote, "One who reads today's newspapers and magazines, watches television and frequents movie theatres, would suppose that blacks, Jews, Catholics and undocumented aliens are our best-loved citizens, since he would never run across a derogatory remark about them. At the same time, he would judge from the aspersions, castigations and condemnations of Caucasian Native Americans that the Native Americans are the scoundrels of the earth. In fact, in saying anything unkind about our minorities, one risks being fired from his job, having his political career ruined, suffering a boycott of his business, or having his home firebombed. The bias in favour of minorities is worldwide and blatantly affects world opinion. We live in a worldwide backlash against Western whites who have dominated the world for centuries. Today, white Western people are paying for the success of their forefathers," unquote. Quote, "World opinion today is anti-white, anti-American and anti-capitalist. The old white capitalist colonial nations can do nothing right. The non-white anti-capitalist third world countries can do nothing wrong. The United States, which has contributed more to worldwide wealth, health, scientific advancements, humanitarianism and freedom than any other nation, is the most resented and hated nation on earth," unquote. Those paying close attention to the media tricks will notice quickly that American white men are almost always given ridiculous, silly, commercial roles to play, while the actors portrayed as those most intelligent are blacks, women or other minorities. White men are put into commercial situations where they are ignorant or weak, but blacks in the same commercials are given roles of having knowledge and strength. The media conditioning is subtle and designed to affect public opinion over a long span of time through saturation. More and more American Anglo-Saxon type motion picture heroes have all been replaced by those of African Americans, Latinos and other minorities. As was seen in 1776 AD, the United States was prophesied to come as a last days Israel, a people that would build the greatest nation and empire the world has ever seen, a people who have fallen asleep and forgotten who they are, the descendants of the ancient Israelites. The biblical signatures of future Israel, America, are many. Moses wrote that, quote, "Thou shalt lend to many nations, but thou shalt not borrow. Thou shalt reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee," unquote. Deuteronomy 15:6. The United States has long been in the habit of lending billions in foreign aid and receiving none. No other nation in antiquity or in contemporary times can match the wealth that has been sent out of the USA. Quote, "Thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies," unquote. Genesis. The US has military bases in all the strategic places on Earth, controlling traffic in areas vital to our security. Battle fleets control the, quote, sea gates, unquote, and in their history, the Panama and Suez Canals and Strait of Gibraltar, the three greatest sea gates, have all been controlled by Britain and the United States. Israel was foretold to be, quote, "a light unto the Gentiles, that they mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth," unquote. Isaiah. They shall, quote, "show forth my praise," unquote. Isaiah. They, quote, "shall declare my glory unto the Gentiles," Isaiah. These and many other prophecies refer to the fact that the United States, unlike any other nation on earth, has sent wave after wave of Christian missionaries with Bibles, medical aid, food and merchandise to spread the gospel and the word of God to every corner of the known world. This has not been the result of any federal programs, but the spirit of the people of the United States reaching out to those they know who need to hear the good news. Without compulsion, America has been a torch to light the world, and the people of the United States have received the hate of the Zionists because of it. Not only has America reached afar, but even within its own borders, the people of the USA, without governmental provocation or force, uplifted those among them. Quote, "And if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, ye shall not vex him, but the stranger that dwelleth with thee shall be unto you as one born among you," unquote. Leviticus. Even before the birth of the United States and the rise of Britain, the European peoples descended from the tribes of Israel in their migrations were devout assimilationists. especially the Vikings, taking in as their own any aliens among them. This trait does not apply to Judah, who was separated from Israel as it, throughout history, attempts to rule over Israel in all Israel does. But with the discontinuance of the American immigration policies and the total lack of border control and the media saturation on the importance of mixed marriages, the Anglo-Saxon integrity of the US population has been compromised as minorities have increased in their birth rates. With the change of racial demographics has come a total transformation of urban culture as crime statistics have skyrocketed despite all the media's attempts to suppress the phenomenon. Because of discrimination laws, Americans are not told the truth about crime statistics because of the awareness it would bring to white culture of the literal crime war waged against them by blacks and Hispanics, which is completely concealed by a Jewish-dominated media. This too was prophesied long ago, quote, Ephraim, he has mixed himself among the people. Strangers have devoured his strength, and he knoweth it not. Yea, grey hairs are here and there upon him, and he knoweth it not, unquote, Hosea. The prophet Hosea referred here to an Israel in the far future, for Ephraim was Israel's prophetic name, as the 13th tribe born in Egypt from Joseph and adopted by Jacob, Israel, in 1639 BC. America as the empire of adoption, unlike any other nation, has absorbed the peoples of the earth, and now in its 209th year since its independence in 1776, or 365 years since the Christian settlers known as the Pilgrims landed in Plymouth Rock in 1620, the United States has grown grey hairs. This does not mean the USA is very old and dying, but means that it is of a venerable age and decaying. Though the United States military is unmatched, American Israelite culture is collapsing under the Jewish-led multicultural onslaught. The prophet Jeremiah declared that God said to Israel, quote, Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war, for with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms, unquote, Jeremiah. No other nation can boast of military superiority over the USA, and what the United States Armed Forces have done in the past may not be comparable with what they have yet to do in the future. These conditions will not continue. There is coming a time when those descended from Israel will no longer suffer the manipulations and deceptions of those descended from Judah, Jews. For as Isaiah the prophet declared, quote, Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim, unquote, Isaiah. 1. 20th century events. 2. The world's all wrong. 1986 AD, 5880 AM. President Reagan orders US airstrikes against Tripoli for interference with US military exercises in the Gulf of Sirte. On April 26, the Soviet nuclear power plant at Chernobyl, Ukraine, explodes, releasing radiation over Europe. A mismanaged safety test resulted in a nuclear meltdown, contaminating thousands of square miles and killing at least 250 people. The Soviet nuclear submarine K-219 exploded from a fire in a missile tube northwest of Bermuda, the official story, sinking 3 days later to the bottom of the Atlantic. These disasters were after the January 28th explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger that killed all 7 astronauts, a mission carrying the first civilian into space, a teacher. This was the 210th year, 70 times 3, of the USA. Also in 1986 in the region of Cameroon, Africa, hydrogen sulfide gas seeping out of Lake Nyos killed thousands of people and livestock. Halley's Comet appeared on schedule and will not return again until 2061. A 5-mile wide asteroid named Adonis Lord passed within 186,000 miles from Earth, or 52,000 miles closer than the Moon. The Statue of Liberty is reopened on July 4th after refurbishments. This year is 120 years before Armageddon in 2106 AD, and the return of the chief cornerstone who destroys the Anunnaki. In the Hebrew Gematria, the sum of foundation is 120. As Comet Halley passed through the inner solar system, the European space station Giotto measured its tail at 10 million miles long and took the first ever photograph of a comet's nucleus, its foundation. In 1986, a major oil discovery was made concerning the foundations of the Earth, made by Robert Gentry. He found that billions upon billions of polonium-218 radio halos are entombed within the Earth's granite crust around the world. Granite is basement rock, the foundation or skeleton of the planet. It requires about 3 minutes for radio halos to appear, but they quickly vanish. The mystery is how they appeared in solid granite. For granite must have already been hard when the halos appeared, because the halos would otherwise have long since dissipated during the cooling period. And creating radio halos is impossible, for molten granite does not produce them but instead produces rhyolite. Thus the halos present in granite means that the granite was formed in an instant. Granite with its large crystals cannot be made from molten rock, and the radio halos captured in the stone are evidence of instant creation that occurred at the foundation beginning of the world. Interestingly, crop circle researchers in this year noticed a change in the formation of agroglyphs in 1986, observing that this was the first time crop circles had appeared with rings around them, halos. The 120 years to Armageddon from 1986 remind us of the warning Noah received 120 years before the Great Flood. Noah was born in 2839 BC or 1056 Annus Mundi, and 1986 AD was exactly 44 years after the Great Flood in 2239 BC, or 1056 times 4 years. Retired astronaut Colonel James Irwin, who was a part of the Apollo program, was the devout Christian who founded the High Flight Foundation years earlier for the sole purpose of finding Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat. In fact, in his life he had participated in 5 expeditions of Mount Ararat, noting that this vast and strange ice mountain concealed the greatest wooden artefact in human history, upon a gigantic mountain absolutely devoid of trees. Colonel Irwin noted that Mount Ararat was probably the greatest mountain in landmass than any single mountain in the world, and is the highest mountain in Turkey. Planning the 1986 expedition for many years, Jim Irwin had taken a Turkish flag with him to the moon, allegedly, just so he could be granted permission from Turkish officials to climb Ararat. Irwin was also made aware of a top-secret US reconnaissance photo collection of Noah's Ark, revealing its exact location. In 1986, the snowcap and glacier had receded more than in many years. Jim Irwin flew the plane, and with him was Jan van den Bosch, executive producer for Dutch national television. On the north face of the mountain facing Ahora Gorge, as majestic as the Grand Canyon, they filmed a gigantic wooden structure resembling a boat that fit the description of all prior Ark sightings. Convinced it was the Ark of Noah, the Dutch film was shown in Holland, but Jim Irwin wanted to mount a ground expedition to the site before he announced it to the world. Turkish officials denied this, and Irwin died of a heart attack in 1991. The photo gallery in The Incredible Discovery of Noah's Ark is absolutely amazing. This was the 84th year of the Giza course countdown of the last days that began in 1902 AD, with the foundation of the Great Pyramid being year 1, 1902. 1986 was also 84 years before the resurrection event in 2070 AD, 414 times 5, the year 2070 paralleling the Annus Mundi year 2070, which was 2239 BC, or the year of the Great Flood. The message of the Great Pyramid as shown in Lost Scriptures of Giza is of resurrection and redemption, and the monument was built before the flood to preserve prophetic knowledge through the cataclysm. The monument is a symbolic structure emblematic of redeemed humanity, that when built, the chief cornerstone will sit upon the top descending from heaven in 2106 AD, 6000 AM at Armageddon. He is the stone the builders rejected. Amazingly, this year, 1986, is 4,800 years, 600 times 8, since the completion of the Great Pyramid in 2815 BC. And in 1986, a previously unknown chamber was discovered inside the Great Pyramid. Inside it was found to be full of sand that was analysed and determined to have come from the Sinai region. found behind 8-foot thick walls beyond the passage to the Queen's Chamber by French architects Gilles Dormion and Jean-Patrice Gaudin. Of further curiosity is the fact that 1986 was 1460 years into the Anno Domini calendar that began in 526 AD, 1460 being the ancient Egyptian Sothic cycle. 1. 20th century events. 2. Natural disasters. 3. Atlantis in America. 4. The Stones and the Scarlet Thread. 5. Evolution Cruncher. 6. Crop circles, signs of contact. 7. The incredible discovery of Noah's Ark. 11. Journey to the mythical past. 1987 AD, 5881 AM. The Iran-Iraq war continues and the United Nations calls for a ceasefire and is ignored. The worst floods in 40 years afflicted Bangladesh, leaving over 20 million people homeless. The Dow Jones Industrial Average plunged 508 points, precipitating massive falls in share values around the world. Pope John Paul II, in his Redemptoris Mater, ruled that the Virgin Mary was truly a virgin even after the birth of Jesus, for her hymen remained intact. This statement is so contradictory to common sense that any intelligent person should be offended by it. It begs the question, how does the Pope know this? There are no authentic early Christian contemporary writings from the 1st century during Jesus' life, none. Everything we know of a person now called Mary was composed by the early Roman Catholic Church, hundreds of years after she was supposed to have lived. It is mind-boggling that the Pope would utter such nonsense in 1987, and further incredible that people would believe it. 1. 20th century events. 2. The Jesus Papers. 1988 AD, 5882 AM. An earthquake in the Soviet Union kills 25,000 people in northern Armenia. George Bush Sr. becomes the President of the United States, former CIA, having many constituents in the military-industrial complex and oil industry. Under Bush, the USA would invade Iraq, and under his son, President George Bush Jr., the USA would again invade Iraq. On July 3rd, the US warship Vincennes shot down an Iranian passenger jet, killing all 290 people on board. On December 21, a Pan Am passenger jetliner exploded over Lockerbie, UK, killing all 270 aboard. 1. 20th century events. 1980 AD, 5883 AM. On March 23rd, an asteroid over half a mile wide missed Earth by only 700,000 miles. It appeared undetected, surprising astronomers, and had it been 6 hours later, it could have killed 70% of all life on the planet. On March 24th, the Exxon Valdez oil tanker ran aground and spilled an estimated 11 million gallons of oil in the Pacific off the Alaskan coast. A solar flare pointed at Earth shorted out the Canadian power grid, leaving 6 million people with no power. Soviet satellite probes launched called Phobos 1 and Phobos 2 and were sent to investigate Mars moon Phobos, the venture supported by NASA and the European Space Agency. Phobos 1 simply vanished. Phobos 2 made it to Mars and sent back photographs from a normal camera and infrared. The very last pictures sent by Phobos 2 were of a cigar-shaped UFO, the same kind seen around Earth. The probe was destroyed and officially written off as a mechanical error. The US space probe Voyager 2 passes the orbit of Neptune and out of the planetary solar system. On October 17th, an earthquake struck San Francisco, California. The Loma Prieta quake caused a rupture in the Earth 25 miles long. The internet was first commercially available in this year, though not fully operational until 1990. On November 10th, the Berlin Wall is open, allowing East and West Berliners to cross over. 1. Atlantis in America. 2. 20th century events. 3. Beyond 2012. 4. The complete story of the San Francisco horror. 1990 AD, 5884 AM. The USSR undertakes to withdraw from Czechoslovakia. Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Uzbekistan, Moldova, Ukraine, Belarus and Armenia declare their independence from the USSR. This is exactly 2592 years, 864 times 3, after the ancient Israelites settled the Balkans after escaping away from the Assyrian frontiers, when Assyria fell to the Medes and Persians. This same 2592 years from 603 BC measures the time from the Babylonian invasion of Judah in 603 BC to the Iraqi-Babylonian invasion of Kuwait in 1990 on August the 2nd. The US intelligence agencies knew in advance that an invasion of Kuwait was planned and did nothing to warn the Kuwaiti people, seeking a pretext by which America could attack Iraq. The Hubble Space Telescope is launched into orbit, becoming mankind's eye into deep space. In 1990, the first crop circles appeared having lines connecting circle agroglyphs. This year marked the beginning of complex pattern crop formations, and Germany reports its first documented crop circle. 1. 20th century events. 2. Crop circles, signs of contact. 1991 AD, 5885 AM. Operation Desert Shield becomes Operation Desert Storm, and US troops take an offensive against the Iraqi army in Kuwait and along the border as the Iraqis retreat, purposely setting fire to hundreds of Kuwaiti oil wells. The Iraqi army is overwhelmed by the technological and organisational superiority of the United States Army and is literally chased across the desert back into Iraq. By the thousands, the Iraqi soldiers surrendered to the US forces in February and were herded like cattle before the American armoured columns and sent back along the highway toward Baghdad, disoriented with no will to fight after 3 weeks of US-UK bombing. With Iraqis crowded all along the stretch of highway, President Bush committed an horrific war crime when he ordered US bombers to drop their payloads on the already defeated and fleeing Iraqi soldiers on February the 28th, blowing apart, burying alive and burning to death 150,000 Iraqi soldiers and support personnel. Whole crowds of men were blown to pieces. The Bush administration committed this war crime to please their Israeli Jewish handlers, for February the 28th was the Jewish holiday Purim, the day the Jews celebrate their victory over their enemies. The bodies of the 150,000 Iraqis were bulldozed into mass graves in the desert. The Jewish-controlled media neglected to report the matter to the American people. The Falasha Jews from Ethiopia are airlifted from Addis Ababa to Tel Aviv, Israel in May. In just 36 hours, 14,400 Ethiopic Jews were flown to Israel in a stunning migration. It is believed that these people are the blood descendants of Menelik I, the son of King Jedediah, Solomon, and an Egyptian princess queen called the Queen of Sheba. Georgia proclaims independence from the USSR, and the USSR changes its name to the Union of Soviet Sovereign Republics, as opposed to socialist republics. Azerbaijan declares its independence from the USSR, and the USSR is considered collapsed. China suffers its worst flooding since the 1930s. A cyclone strikes Bangladesh, India, killing 139,000 people. The famous Iceman is discovered frozen in the Italian Alps. The preserved frozen remains of an ancient human, estimated to be 5,300 years old, believed to have died from hypothermia. 1. Synagogue of Satan. 2. 20th century events. 1992 AD, 5886 AM. In the 6300th year of the Phoenix chronology, begun in 4309 BC, highly sensitive detection equipment in Hawaii discovered a tiny reddish spot of light far out beyond the edge of the solar system, proving the existence of the Kuiper belt. This object is called 1992 QB1. Astronomers Jewett and Liu discovered the object and took several photographs. It is of indeterminate size due to its distance, but it is moving rapidly. Dr. Richard Harrington of the US Naval Observatory and Dr. Thomas C. Van Flandern calculated that an intruder planet was located in the southern skies, below the ecliptic, and he sent a telescope to New Zealand to find it. Unfortunately, Dr. Harrington died an untimely death. In 1992, several independent remote viewers reported that they perceived a giant vessel moving at the edge of our solar system, described as more than 200 kilometres long. They described that it rotated, creating its own gravity field so people could walk around inside. Unknown to these remote viewers, 2 months earlier, but published later, the quote, most distant body in the solar system, unquote, was discovered by a Hawaiian telescope, a planetoid estimated to be approximately 100 to 200 kilometres in size, called 1992 QB1. Toward the end of 1992, a telescope in Spain also viewed the object. This was the 90th year of the Giza Course countdown begun in 1902 AD, a last day's countdown. 90 years is 1080 months. The Great Pyramid was begun in 2905 BC and required 90 years of labour to complete in 2815 BC, which was the year 1080 Annus Mundi, after 1080 months of construction. 1992 AD is 4896 years, 2448 plus 2448, after the start of Giza construction in 2905 BC. The sum of 2448 paralleling the year 2448 Annus Mundi, or 1447 BC, when the Israelites escaped Egypt, led by Moses in the Exodus. The Israelites had lived in Goshen, the land surrounding the Great Pyramid. In this year, Rudolf Gantenbrink sent up a special robot up a shaft inside the Great Pyramid, extending up into the masonry from the Queen's chamber, where the robot discovered and photographed a mysterious, virtually inaccessible tiny door with a copper handle. Interestingly, at the Chicago meeting of American Association for the Advancement of Science, an impassioned debate intended only to last an hour became a news conference and then personal confrontations in the hallway as scientists and researchers argued over the precise antiquity of the Sphinx before the Great Pyramids. In the 216th year, 108 plus 108, of the United States since 1776, America suffered the worst hurricane in its history when Hurricane Andrew devastated Florida. The Federal Emergency Management Agency was funded and designed to handle such a disaster. Officially, but unofficially, FEMA helped no one. The incident was a FEMA disaster. Instead of aiding the storm survivors, quote, FEMA cordoned off the area and left the people to fend for themselves, unquote. The official death toll was a blatant lie, and locals later tried to inform the media that many thousands had died. But no one in American media listened. The survivors wandering the wreckage of 8230 mobile homes and 9,140 apartments related that the dead numbered in the many thousands from the 200 to 300 mile-an-hour winds. It has been reported that 5280 human bodies were disposed of in FEMA-operated incinerators. For 4 days until May 3rd, blacks in Los Angeles riot and loot the city, killing 58 people, mostly whites, in protest of the acquittal of 4 white Los Angeles police officers who had been filmed beating down a black gangster named Rodney King. The incident was totally controlled by the local and national media, which portrayed King as a law-abiding citizen, and the footage shown to the public was only of the 4 officers subduing King to the ground with sticks. The media did not show the public the beginning of the footage, which clearly depicted King resisting arrest and then, without provocation, assaulting an officer and then fighting the others. The racial rioting and murders resulted in $750 million worth of damage to property. Comet P. Swift-Tuttle appeared, passing 110 million miles from Earth on November the 7th. Scientists in 1992 discovered that the human brain has trace amounts of magnetite, which explains why electromagnetic fields alter brain chemistry and experience. This is dangerous for humanity, for the Anunnaki manipulate electromagnetic frequencies, knowing humans only perceive about 5% of the spectrum, inducing humans to see whatever it is that the Anunnaki want them to see and perceive. Further, the weapons of the future are manufactured even now, electromagnetic technologies for which there is no defence. 1. Stonehenge and the Great Pyramid. 2. Phenomenal World. 3. Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster. 6. March of the Titans. 7. Atlantis in America. 1993 AD, 5887 AM. On January the 3rd, the asteroid Tritatis, having two rocky cores, each 2 miles in diameter, nearly hit the Earth and was photographed by NASA using radar. It came within 2.2 million miles of Earth. NASA also lost contact with the Mars Observer probe sent to the red planet to make a detailed photographic survey of the Martian surface. The space probe was destroyed entering Mars' atmosphere, and hosts of researchers claim that the probe was deliberately destroyed. The Vatican installed its most powerful and advanced telescopes and observatory on Mount Graham in Arizona. Zechariah Sitchin asks, why is it important for the Roman Church to employ advanced equipment to search the heavens? What are they looking for in the Northern Hemisphere's night skies? It is this author's contention that the Vatican insiders have long known about Planet Phoenix, which, as seen in 1764, descends out of the northern heavens when it transits between Earth and the Sun over the ecliptic. A Muslim extremist bombs the basement levels of the World Trade Center towers in New York, killing 5 people. On April 18th, 108th day of the year, the United States government, through its ATF and other federal agencies, murdered 72 of its own citizens at the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas. Christian survivalists having their own firearms, assault rifles, and living off the land refused to give up their arms, and federal authorities besieged the compound for 50 days. The men inside the compound had the women lead the children out to safety so they could surrender to authorities and be safe, but federal agents opened fire on unarmed women and children, driving them back into the safety of the concrete compound. On the 50th day of the siege, federal authorities attacked the compound, killed those defending it, and then executed every witness, man, woman, and child. On the 51st day after the executions, the feds staged a choreographed assault for the media, which had been quarantined many miles away for the entire 50 days, using incendiaries and flammable gas to burn the complex and hide their misdeeds. Whistleblowers later admitted that every skull found had bullet holes in the centre of their foreheads. The Davidians were a religious sect exercising their constitutional right to bear arms and were never equipped to fight against federal authorities, while the Clinton administration, entertaining Chinese officials, demonstrated for them how his government could deal with dissidents and then employ the media to cover up his crimes. The message from Uncle Sam to the American people is clear. There will be no multi-family Christian survivalist communities with assault rifles in the United States. US forces launch a missile strike against the Iraqi intelligence headquarters in Baghdad, claiming they had information on an Iraqi plot to kill former President George Bush. 1. Hyperspace. 2. Journey to the mythical past. 3. 20th century events. 1994 AD, 5888 AM. On February the 1st, a 32-foot wide meteorite entered the atmosphere and exploded over the Pacific with a force of 10 times that of the Hiroshima bomb in 1945. It had come completely undetected. Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 fragmented into 21 pieces that all collided into the surface of Jupiter in a series of brilliant explosions of planetary size, caught on satellite film, along with electrical flux tube blasts seen for the first time. The Space Control Center under Cheyenne Mountain Complex facility in the USA, built in 1962, is fully operational. The center has a computerized catalog of all orbiting space objects, charts presenting positions, charts plotting future orbits, and those forecasting times and general locations for significant objects re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. An Israeli extremist named Baruch Goldstein opened fire on a Muslim mosque, killing 50 unarmed Palestinians in Hebron, Israel. Prime Minister of Israel Yitzhak Rabin and Abdel Salam Majali of Jordan sign a peace treaty. On September 2nd, the major Israeli newspaper Maariv reads, quote, "The US has no longer a government of Goyim, Gentiles, non-Jews, but an administration in which the Jews are full partners in the decision-making at all levels." Perhaps the aspect of the Jewish religious law connected with the term government of Goyim should be re-examined, since it is an outdated term in the US, unquote. Serial killer and rapist Jeffrey Dahmer was killed in prison by another inmate. The North American Free Trade Agreement was passed, NAFTA. In 100 days, 800,000 people were massacred in Rwanda, Africa. A 6.6 magnitude earthquake afflicted Los Angeles and Southern California. 5 months later, a deep quake in Bolivia shook much of South America and was felt in tall buildings as far north as Canada, being of 8.2 magnitude. Mount Merapi in Jakarta, Indonesia, erupted, killing 60 people with a gas cloud of immense heat. 1. Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster. 2. 20th century events. 3. Jewish supremacism. 1995 AD, 5889 AM. On January the 17th, an earthquake rocked Kobe, Japan, killing more than 5,000 people. A 7.2 magnitude quake, totally unexpected. Other estimates hold the death toll at over 6,000. The quake even toppling earthquake-proof bridges. Over 2 months later in Japan, the Aum Shinrikyo cult attacked the Tokyo subway system with sarin gas, causing 12 deaths and 5,000 injuries. 1 month after this, in April, Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols detonated a fertilizer truck bomb outside the Federal Alfred P. Murray building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, at the same time that other conspirators detonated thermite explosives inside the building to amplify the destruction, resulting in the collapse of the structure and a death toll of 168 people, many being children. These American terrorists thought they were retaliating for the Branch Davidian affair against the federal government, but were actually pawns of the cryptocracy who wanted Congress to pass the Anti-Terrorist and Effective Death Penalty Act bill, which called for many abrogations of American citizens' rights, privileges and immunities, while strengthening the federal government against the US citizenry. The AEDPA shocked many congressmen who refused to pass the bill, but it was ramrodded through after the Murray American terrorist demonstration. 2 years before the bombing of the Murray building in 1993, a man named Martin Keating, brother of Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating, wrote a book called The Final Jihad, a story concerning a terrorist attack on the Oklahoma City building by a man named Thomas McVeigh. This strangely prophetic novel was dedicated to the Knights of the Sacred Circle. In September, France begins a series of nuclear tests underground at Mururoa Atoll. The Hale-Bopp comet appeared and would remain visible for 19 months, the brightest comet on record in modern times, despite its distance beyond Jupiter. A long-period comet. Astronomers believe the comet has an elliptical orbit and that its trajectory is inclined at 30 degrees below the ecliptic. This is close to Phoenix and Nibiru, both intruder planets having extremely elliptical orbits, and both are steeply inclined toward the ecliptic. On June 22nd was discovered at Longwood Warren near Winchester, Hampshire, England, a unique crop circle formation, a model of our solar system depicting Mercury, Venus, Earth's orbital belt, but Earth is missing, Mars and the asteroid belt as they will be positioned in 2033 AD on September 1st. The cellular changes in the plants prove this to be a true agroglyph, not hoaxed. It was studied by Gerald Hawkins and Robert Hadley, both confirming it to be a perfect symbol of our solar system. A photo of this crop formation is in Anunnaki Homeworld. In Egypt, US archaeologists discover a 67-chamber underground sepulchral complex of Ramesses II for his 50 sons, the largest funerary tomb complex ever found. Black supremacist and American Islamic extremist Louis Farrakhan leads the Million-Man March of Black Americans in Washington, D.C., given much fanfare by the media, although not even 500,000 blacks participated. Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated at a peace rally in Tel Aviv, Israel. Prehistoric insect remains preserved in fossilised amber tens of millions of years old yielded forth dormant microbes that scientists revived in California. Michael Mayer and Didier Queloz, Geneva, Switzerland Observatory, discovered the first exoplanet, a distant world orbiting a star called 51 Pegasus in Northern Constellation, that is very much like our own Sun. It is a gaseous giant about half the size of Jupiter, with an amazingly rapid orbital period of approximately 4 days, located 42 light-years away. This planet orbits its parent star faster than anything in human experience. Depending on its distance from the surface of 51 Pegasus, this gas giant is travelling anywhere from 30,000 miles per second to 60,000 miles per second, the speed of light being 186,000 miles per second. 1. Predictions for a new millennium. 2. Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster. 3. 20th century events. 4. Of heaven and earth. 5. Crop circles, signs of contact. 6. Mars mystery. 7. New worlds in the cosmos. 1996 AD, 5890 AM. France conducts its 6th underground nuclear test in the Pacific. Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon hit a United Nations base, killing 105 civilians. US B-52 bombers and warships launched 27 cruise missiles on targets in southern Iraq in response to Iraqi incursions into Kurdish safe havens in northern Iraq. British Prime Minister of England John Major announced that the promise made to the Scots in 1296 AD by King Edward I concerning the Stone of Destiny, Lia Fale, would not be honoured, that the stone would remain in the coronation chair in Westminster Abbey. This stone was supposed to be that brought to ancient Ireland in 583 BC by Jeremiah the prophet, when the prophet brought the Judahite princess Tamar to the Emerald Isle. Despite Major's claim on St Andrew's Day amidst a great procession, the stone was returned to Scotland and put in Edinburgh Castle exactly 700 years after it was taken to England. Shannon Lucid completed a 188-day space flight, breaking both male and female records. The Petronas Towers in Kuala Lumpur are completed, becoming the tallest buildings in the world at 33 feet taller than the Chicago Sears Tower. TWA Flight 800 explodes and plunges into the Atlantic shortly after takeoff from New York's JFK Airport. There were no survivors from the Boeing 747. The long-period comet Hyakutake passed within 22 million miles of Earth. Earth is 93 million miles from the Sun, putting off an extremely long tail. Hyakutake's calculated orbit is 29,650 years, travelling 951 AUs away from the Sun, or 93 million miles, 951 times over. Part of this comet was photographed showing fragments breaking away in what astronomers term disconnection events. Hyakutake was also discovered to emit X-rays, which is now considered a universal phenomenon among comets. On April 11th, Hyakutake passed directly through the Perseus constellation over the star Algol. Algol is the very hottest of stars, a blue-white dwarf approximately 36,000 degrees, also called the Eye of Medusa. Algol features prominently in the following year, 1997, also involving another comet. Around the world, Algol is depicted as an evil star, called the blinking demon by the Arabs and the head of Satan by the early Hebrews. The Chinese refer to Algol as piled up corpses, and the literal meaning of Algol is the ghoul, an undead creature that feeds on the dead. Americans discovered 2 more exoplanets, one at 47 Ursa Majoris and the other at 70 Virginis, one of the most massive distant planets ever found. Between August 6th to 19th, a sign appeared in the heavens when Jupiter, Saturn, Chiron and Mars conjoined with Venus. Jupiter is the king, Saturn is the harvester of souls and planet of mysteries, Chiron is the guide of the dead, Mars the war god, and Venus was the newcomer. In 1996 AD, the one who will become the Antichrist is born. A man who at 40 in 2036 AD will be an internationally known person. Scottish scientists cloned the first mammal, but evidence exists that this is merely the publicised corporate cloning, which has nothing to do with the unofficial and highly secretive cloning experiment of various organisations and governments going back 50 years. In this year appeared the most fascinating and geometrically complex crop circle formation ever discovered. In June, the double helix formation appeared in England, a replica of DNA strands that mathematically encodes the number 792 orbital duration of Nibiru. In July appeared the Julia set in a wheat field, just across the highway from ancient Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain, 2,000 feet away. The Julia set was discovered by two men flying over to visit Stonehenge. A line drawn between the centres of Stonehenge and the Julia set formation points directly at magnetic north. The Julia set is a geometrical representation of the Fibonacci series of numbers, called golden proportion. This formation encoded the sum of 4140, 10 cursed Earth periods of 414 years each, a period of time indicating the year 1902 AD of the Phoenix chronology, or 4140 years after the Great Flood of 2239 BC. The Fibonacci series' 12th number, the sum of its geometry, is 144, the base number of the golden mean, and exactly 144 years after the start of the last days in 1902 is 2046 AD, when planet Nibiru returns with the Anunnaki and the whole Western world dies, as revealed in Anunnaki Homeworld and Nostradamus and the Planets of Apocalypse. Also appearing in 1996 in Wiltshire, England, near the megalithic ruins of Windmill Hill, was the awe-inspiring triple Julia set that forever banished any doubts that humans are capable of these amazing geometrical agroglyphs. Its calendrical message is a 40-year countdown, indicating 1996 to 2036 AD. Near Liddington Castle in Wiltshire appeared the Pointer Formation, which exhibits a unique comet symbol surrounded by the geometrical representation of the Mayan long count calendar that is seen in the charts of Anunnaki Homeworld, ending not in 2012 but in 2046 AD. A double layer of meaning is seen in this formation, indicating the year 2052 AD, when the 7 Anunnaki kings return to rule over mankind. The combined message of these formations, all appearing in 1996, is that a comet heralds the birth of one who in 40 years will become the Anunnaki hybrid Antichrist in 2036 AD, who will prepare the way for the arrival of the Anunnaki in 2046 AD, when a comet will end the Western world, the Mayan calendar being a Western calendar. The events of 1997 will continue this series of signs from hyperdimensional beings who are warning those who will listen. 1. 20th century events. 6. Stones and the Scarlet Thread. 7. The Atlas of the Constellations. 8. 3 books of occult philosophy. 9. New worlds in the cosmos. 10. Catastrophobia. 11. Crop circles, signs of contact. 1997 AD, 5891 AM. The Hale-Bopp comet is still visible and is at its brightest in 1997, passing over the star Algol on April 11th. In the Perseus constellation, just as comet Hyakutake did on April 11th in 1996. Hale-Bopp is photographed in March, showing a well-defined dust tail, 4 times the size of Halley's Comet. It is considered the largest and most active comet seen in modern times. This comet has an inclination of 90 degrees to the ecliptic. This is perpendicular, much like the orbital paths of Phoenix and Nibiru. The star Algol has a huge, dark, mysterious companion, first discovered in 1915 by Barnard. The tails of comets Hyakutake and Hale-Bopp formed a cross over the eye of Medusa, Algol, and astronomers computed that Hale-Bopp's trajectory indicates an orbital period of 2400 years. These comet signs confirm the birth of one who will deal treacherously with humanity, an evil one, Algol. This is calendrically confirmed in that 1996 AD is 3895 years, 1947.5 plus 1947.5 after 1899 BC, 1996 AM, when Nimrod, Amraphel, lost his empire after beguiling the people, his tower project ruined in a disaster and the people rebelling, many migrating away from the Near East, when it was revealed that Nimrod was a false saviour. See Chronicon 1. Nimrod was a type of Antichrist. It was the year 3895 BC that mankind was cursed and banished away from Eden, and 1947 BC was the birth of Abraham. As the comet Hale-Bopp passed, 39 people of the Heaven's Gate suicide cult died. These 39 souls being emblematic of the 39 years left remaining before the 40th year and emergence of the Antichrist in 2036 AD. The Scottish scientists of Edinburgh released the information they succeeded in cloning the first mammal. NASA's Pathfinder probe lands on Mars. A cyclone killed 108 people in Bangladesh. German research satellite Christopass discovered trace amounts of water vapour in the upper atmosphere. This is evidence that long ago Earth had a thick water vapour canopy, as do Venus and Saturn. US Navy underwater sensors in the deep Atlantic recorded submarine noises from what is believed to be a creature with sonic frequencies that marine biologists assert belong to an animal far larger than any known whale. According to those interpreting Nostradamus' prophecies, the French prophet of Jewish ancestry claims that sometime after 1997, a prophet will emerge and revitalise the Christian faith, preparing the way for the return of Christ. With the scandal of divorce between the Prince of Wales and Princess Diana, who was only royalty as long as she was married into the royal family, was assassinated with her consort Dodi Fayed and their driver in Paris in a high-speed car accident. The operation was so perfectly executed that foul play was plausibly disbelieved. The very first report of a crop circle formation appearing in Israel, scientific analysis of the plants revealed that it could not have been hoaxed. A large crop formation appeared at Hackpen Hill, Wiltshire, England, of a large pyramid shape bordered with 12 smaller perimeter pyramids, 13 pyramids, with both large and small satellite circles, grouped in lines appearing like comets with tails. The total mathematical sum indicated within the formation being 2046. This sign demonstrates that the descendants of the 13 tribes of Israel, virtually the whole of the western world of Europe and North America, South Africa and Australia, will be destroyed by a comet impact in 2046 AD. This agroglyph is featured in Anunnaki Homeworld. It appeared in 1997, exactly 49 years before 2046 AD, and 1997 was itself 49 years, 7 times 7, after the 1948 rebirth of the nation of Israel, home of the 13 tribes, before they were deported and spread throughout the world. Hong Kong is officially returned to China, beginning a 50-year timeline to 2047 AD, when the agreement between China and Britain would be terminated concerning the maintenance of Hong Kong's capitalist structure. This ends 156 years of British rule, or 1872 months, 13 times 144. 1. Stones and the Scarlet Thread. 2. End of Eden. 3. 20th century events. 5. Darwin's mistake. 6. Crop circles, signs of contact. 1998 AD, 5892 AM. President Clinton signed into law H.R. 4655, called the Iraq Liberation Act, which represented a plan for a regime change in Iraq, calling for the fall of Saddam Hussein. Hurricane Mitch killed 10,866 people in Central America. Texas executed Carla Faye Tucker, the first woman executed in Texas in 135 years, despite widespread Texas public disapproval. Tucker was a young woman traumatised by the man she murdered. Abused and in prison, she had become known for her humanitarian activities, a Christian. The FBI reported that nationwide there were 9,405 cases of black men raping white women, as opposed to the 10 cases of white men raping black women. This means that every day of the year 25 white women were raped by black men in America. The American media suppresses these statistics routinely. The US government began charting the paths of asteroids in 1998. At age 77, astronaut John Glenn returned to space in a 9-day mission aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery. The first sections of the International Space Station launched into orbit from Kazakhstan. Through the Hubble Orbiting Space Telescope, astronomers photographed the collision of 2 stars and a colossal planet, designated as TMR-1c, about 3 times Jupiter's size, which was pushed out into deep space by the collision. As of 1998, astronomers had discovered 108 small planets that have passed close to the Earth. As this year, 1998, was 108 years to the year 6000 Annos Mundi, 2106 AD, when the chief cornerstone descends to Earth to defeat the Anunnaki at Armageddon, we are not surprised to find the sum of 108 further connected to 1998. Germany experienced a rash of crop formations in this year, a totally unprecedented amount compared to all previous years since first appearing in 1990. Researchers into the crop circle Enigma noted that 7-sided geometrical signs began appearing in this year. This is noteworthy because the heptagram, 7-sided form, produces the 52-degree angle and is the pattern by which both the internal and external arrangements of the Great Pyramid are found. At Cuxton, England, a crop circle formation appeared that encoded the sum of 108. This is featured in Anunnaki Homeworld. 1998 is 666 times 3 and seems to be a very prominent date in calendrics. In fact, as shown in the architecture of the Great Pyramid's internal and external geometrical alignments, as exhibited clearly in chronotecture, the year 1998 marks the epicenter of the last days. The seer Edgar Cayce prophesied of the importance of the year 1998, claiming that it was the start of the preparation of the coming of the Master to Earth. Cayce related 1998 to, quote, the laying out of the pyramid and the building of same. Those things that were preserved were to later make known in the minds of those peoples to come. The rise and fall of nations were depicted in this same temple, which acted as an interpreter for that which had been, which is, and which is to be in the material plane, unquote. Quote, the old record in Giza is from the journey to the Pyrenees to the death of the Son of Man, as a man, and then to 1998, unquote. Cayce researcher and author John Van Auken declares that this last statement refers to, quote, the timeline in the Great Pyramid, unquote. Referring to the Great Pyramid in the year 1998 AD, Edgar Cayce said, quote, this occurs in the entrance of the Messiah in this period, unquote. Amazingly, the entrance to the Great Pyramid is within the geometry of forms, having perimeter measurements of both 108 and 1998 pyramid inches, as seen in chronotecture. Edgar Cayce was not alone, for mystical traditions claim that the Great Pyramid's timeline indicates an end or a beginning in 1998. As we shall see, 1998 was both an end and a beginning. It was in 1998 that Mark Lentner directed the Giza Plateau Mapping Project, a monumental mapping of the three-dimensional measurements of the Great Pyramid complex in a computer model. Also in 1998, the British engineer released his famous book, The Giza Power Plant, Technologies of Ancient Egypt, exhibiting conclusive evidence that the stone of the Great Pyramid's exterior and interior was machined by advanced methods and engineering science. 1998, isometric epicenter of last days. Calendrical isometrics is the unique property of our space-time existence perceived by examining the equidistant repetition of similar events, linked mathematically to an epicentral year. In this case, 1998 is the isometric epicenter. This system serves to exhibit that the past is a reflection of the future. That future events are as predetermined as they are linked to past events spatially connected to them through equidistant timelines. Isometric years are like ripples in the pond of time, each wavering the same distance from the epicenter as the corresponding wavering on the other side. Thus, the events leading up to 1998 in the order of their occurrence mirror those events that occur after 1998. Here are examples of space-time parallels demonstrating the calendrical importance of 1998 AD. 1997 AD passed. Hale-Bopp comet discovered to be one of the most active comets. Cyclone killed 108 people in India. Diana, Princess of Wales, assassinated. 3 people dying together. Hurricane Mitch killed 10,866 people in Central America. 1999 AD future. Comet Linear discovered to emit X-rays. Cyclone killed 9,392 people in India. John F. Kennedy Jr. assassinated in a mysterious plane crash with wife and sister-in-law, 3 dying together. Flooding killed 9,000 people in South America. 1996 AD passed. Jupiter, Saturn, Chiron and Mars are conjoined in Venus, all planets. Cloning of the first mammal publicised in double helix crop formation of DNA appears in England. 2000 AD future. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn aligned in May on other side of Sun, all planets. International scientific project mapping the human genome announced success. 1995 AD past. Timothy McVeigh detonated a bomb in front of Murrah Building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. A terrorist act on a large building results in loss of American rights and immunities in AEDPA Act. Amazing crop formation of solar system appears in England. 2001 AD future. Timothy McVeigh executed for his bombing in 1995. Terrorists destroy American WTC Tower buildings in New York City, New York. Results in loss of American rights and immunities in Patriot Act. Extraordinarily large and complex crop pattern appeared in England. 1994 AD past. North American Free Trade Agreement weakens US economy, giving non-Americans US jobs and enforced by federal government. 2002 AD future. Homeland Security Department rearranges US government, weakening American security and guaranteeing better foreign control over American branches of government. 1993 AD past. NASA's Mars observer was destroyed entering Mars' atmosphere. US forces launch a missile strike against Iraq in response to a ploy to kill former President Bush Sr. A lie. 2003 AD future. NASA's Space Shuttle Columbia destroyed entering Earth's atmosphere. President Bush Jr. of USA launches a shock and awe missile strike, an invasion of Iraq for having weapons of mass destruction. A lie. 1992 AD past. Planetoid 1992 QB1 discovered at far edge of solar system, more like gigantic asteroid. Hurricane Andrew devastated Florida with unprecedented American death toll. 1992 is 1 year after USA defeated Iraq. 2004 AD future. Asteroid Apophis discovered. A giant asteroid that travels to edge of solar system. Tsunami in Southeast Asia killed about 250,000. 2004 was 1 year after USA defeated Iraq. 1991 AD past. Operation Desert Storm has US forces defeating Iraqis. 139,000 people in India die from natural disaster, cyclone. 2005 AD future. US forces occupy Iraq. 80,000 people in India die from natural disaster, quake. 1990 AD past. NASA's Hubble Space Telescope launched into orbit. Man's eye into deep space. 2006 AD future. NASA's Swift satellite detected gamma-ray burst, discovering supernova 440 million light-years away, and Hubble telescope discovered 16 exoplanets. The entire history of the world is an infinite matrix of isometric projections of timelines that have moved forward and backward, forming our space-time structure. Throughout the rest of Chronicon 2, there will be provided many astonishing examples concerning the years of the future, linked to their past counterparts. This forward and backward geometrical property of our space-time sequence is an outward reflection of our inward microscopic genetic dimensions. Sol Luckman in Conscious Healing notes that much of our DNA is structured in the form of palindromes, as yet, quote, undeciphered sentences, unquote, that read the same forward and backward. That the human genome has been mapped does not mean it is understood. Perhaps as much as 95% of our DNA is undeciphered. For a complete explanation and examples of isometric projections, see Nostradamus and the Prophets of Apocalypse. 1. Synagogue of Satan. 2. March of the Titans. 3. Camouflage through limited disclosure. 4. Dr. Franklin Rule, Ph.D. 5. Odyssey of the Gods. 6. Crop circles, signs of contact. 8. The end times prophecies of coming changes. 9. Edgar Casey reading. 10. Hidden mysteries. 11. The Janus program. Beth Gooby, Paranoia Magazine, Spring 2008. 1999 AD, 5893 AM. Flooding kills 9,000 people in Venezuela, South America. A cyclone kills 9,392 people in eastern India. In August, a great eclipse passed over Europe, Turkey, the Middle East, all the way to Gujarat, India. As the moon shadowed Turkey, an earthquake followed, 7.4 in magnitude, and then earthquakes rocked Greece. Tens of thousands of people died in Turkey. John F. Kennedy Jr. and his wife Carolyn Bassett Kennedy and sister-in-law Lauren Bassett died in a mysterious plane crash. This was the third Kennedy assassination. Comet Linear was discovered to emit X-rays. Comet Encke appeared. Isometric year, 1997 AD, Hale-Bopp Comet, cyclone in India, Hurricane Mitch in South America, assassination of Princess Diana. 1. Nostradamus, A Life of Myths. 2000 AD, 5894 AM. Y2K scare is revealed to be a hoax. 5-planet alignment of Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn on the other side of the Sun. Delegation of international scientists announced the completion of the Genome Mapping Project. A space imaging satellite took pictures of a boat-like structure on Mount Ararat in Turkey. The private company's photos show that the structure has broken in half in the ice, Noah's Ark. Isometric year, 1996 AD. Planetary conjunction of Jupiter, Saturn, Chiron, Mars and Venus. Scientists cloned first mammal. Double helix DNA formation appeared. 2001 AD, 5895 AM. June 11th, Timothy McVeigh is executed for bombing the Murray Building in Oklahoma City in 1995. A quake kills 20,000 people in Gujarat, India. Earth passed through the denser regions of the Leonid meteor field. Falling stars seen brilliantly at a rate of 3,000 per hour. A crop circle formation of extraordinary dimensions appeared at Milk Hill in England that encoded the sum of 2,448, Egyptian number for cataclysm, paralleling the year 2448 Annus Mundi, 1447 BC. When Egypt was destroyed in disasters as the Israelites fled the country in the Exodus. This formation also encoded the sum of 25,740, which in days counts down to 2070 AD midsummer, to the planetary Exodus known better as the Resurrection event. See Anunnaki Homeworld. 2070 AD being the 3000th year since Israel rifted into the 10 tribes of Israel and the tribe of Judah and others. Russians admit that Yuri Gagarin was not the first man in space. Scientists at the Ames Research Center released data on the discovery of carbon-rich meteorites found on Earth, loaded with organic compounds, including amino acids and sugars. The greatest conspiracy ever hatched by the Israelis against the American people and government serves also as the greatest evidence of the total control the Jewish people have over the US government, from the White House on through every branch of the United States military. The World Trade Center attacks are the most misunderstood events in American history. The SOP of the Israeli Mossad for 50 years has been to financially support, train and provide resources to those wanting to commit terrorist acts that the Mossad finds would also be beneficial for Israel and its international agendas. Saudi Arabian extremists seeking to destroy the World Trade Center, which was an epicenter of globalist Jewish financial activities, as well as attack the American symbols of power, the Pentagon and White House, were aided by an entire worldwide network of organizations and individuals controlled by Mossad handlers. The first passenger jet to hit the WTC on September 11th was Flight 11, which had exactly 11 American Airlines personnel aboard, 2 pilots and 9 attendants. The WTC tower was itself 110 stories high, or 11 times 10. The jet was a Boeing 767 with 92 occupants. Flight 175 United Airlines slammed into the 79th and 80th floors of the South Tower, a wing striking the 78th floor. This too was a Boeing 767 having 65 occupants. Eyewitnesses in New York noticed that the second jet that was supposed to be Flight 175 was a Boeing 767 that had no windows. The other two passenger jets heading for the White House and for the Pentagon were United Airlines Flight 93, a Boeing 757 with 45 occupants, and American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757 with 64 occupants. The media informed the public that the two passenger jets that struck the WTC towers, one after the other, were commercial Boeing 767s, Flight 11 and Flight 175, when in truth they were not. The WTC was struck by remote-controlled military-grade Boeing 767s with no windows. Boeing manufactures these for the US military. The Pentagon was not struck by a passenger jet. No one saw a passenger jet in the area, and witnesses described what sounds exactly like a US Predator drone, possibly with an explosives package. CBS on November 28, 2001 reported, revealingly, quote, "In an astonishing stroke of luck, the terrorists had hit the only section of the Pentagon designed to resist a terrorist attack," unquote. The combined total of victims that died from the 9/11 terrorist attacks aboard the four passenger jets was 266 people. However, the total seating aboard these jets was 684 chairs. There has never been given a satisfactory explanation as to why so many of these chairs were vacant. There should have been at least 600 victims. The very first on-site eyewitness reports gathered by the local media in New York claimed that as the tops of the towers burned from the plane impacts, a series of distinct explosions were heard and felt by many people that perfectly describes charges set off in a controlled demolition. In fact, many engineers and architects have voiced their disbelief that jets knocked down the WTC towers. Never before in history had a fire felled a steel-framed building, causing it to collapse. The WTC had 554 massive steel columns, from 30 to 50 feet in length, a metal that does not begin to melt until 2800 degrees. The fires in the towers burned at a possible 1300 degrees. The media's jet fuel explanation is ridiculous to those with engineering knowledge. For these superconstructions to have collapsed, then thermite charges had to have been placed carefully so as to ensure that the gigantic towers did not fall over onto other skyscrapers, but fell straight down, just as demolitionists are trained to effect. In fact, the media totally censored the fact that a B-25 bomber in 1945 slammed right through the 79 to 80th floors of the Empire State Building in New York City, and the inferior skyscraper of 1945 was never in any danger of collapsing. What happened on September 11th could not have happened without top-level US official involvement. NORAD, located at the Cheyenne Mountain Military Complex, along with many other radar and satellite surveillance services, ever watchful of American skies, would never have missed these events or delayed their responses. Coincidentally, at this exact time, NORAD with the US Air Force was conducting a very confusing series of exercises over America, pretending that commercial jets were being hijacked at exactly the same time that hijacked commercial jets vanished from NORAD screens and were replaced with military-grade Boeing 767s that hit the towers and a Predator drone that hit the Pentagon. The only passenger jet that was actually destroyed full of Americans was that one shot down over Pennsylvania. 3 passenger jets were secreted to a US military installation, and those people have never been seen since. They did not die in the WTC or Pentagon. Any number of black budget military science labs could have used and eliminated all evidence of these unfortunate people. The hijacking exercises were specifically timed to promote confusion. The Pentagon was struck precisely 60 years from the day that its construction was begun on September 11, 1941. Further, September 11th was the anniversary of the League of Nations proclamation of the British Mandate, which was made public in Palestine on September 11th, 1922, the first major step in the creation of the Jewish state. Right up to the 9/11 attacks, lower-level FBI agents and other federal investigators were infuriated by the various ways that US officials blocked their efforts, many uncovering evidence of the plot. Some had their funding cut off. In New York at Ground Zero, the FBI arrested 5 Israelis who drew attention to themselves while on a van roof videotaping the WTC disaster, whooping and hollering as if they had just scored a major victory. Investigation revealed that the 5 men were Israeli Mossad intelligence operatives. Immediately after the WTC attacks, the FBI detained 140 Jews for spying, including major Jewish intelligence agents. US government documents read that these Jewish spies in America targeted and penetrated military bases, the DEA, the FBI, and dozens of government facilities. The WTC was part owned by a Jew and was the global financial epicenter of the Jewish international business empire. A very high percentage of Israelis and Jews worked every day in the WTC, and many visited from other buildings, other cities, and other nations. The WTC on average contained 28,000 people, but on 9/11, not one Jew died in the complex. This is a mathematical impossibility under any set of circumstances outside what had actually occurred. A Jewish conspiracy to destroy the WTC, to catapult the American emotional response that would support the Middle East Israeli agenda, the fall of Saddam Hussein. In fact, investigation unveiled that the Jews who worked in the WTC all received a text message warning to stay away from work by the firm Odigo, which was later mentioned in the Washington Post news bites. The conclusion of a study conducted by the US military, the Army School for Advanced Military Studies, was that the Israeli Mossad was, quote, ruthless and cunning, has capability to target US forces and make it look like a Palestinian Arab act, unquote. Both the FBI and the CIA concluded that the WTC attacks and Pentagon was a huge covert operation using an international network of at least 100 terrorists spanning 3 continents. Terrorists, Israelis, Jews, traitors. With documented proof of spying on American interests, Michael Chertoff, a Jewish Zionist who was head of the US Justice Department's Terrorism Task Force, as well as being head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division, dropped all charges against the spy ring, knowing it would become a public relations nightmare for Israel. The journalist Robert Perry summed up the situation perfectly when asked about President Bush's agenda implementation. He was no doubt privy to the Jewish scheme and sought desperately any pretext against Hussein when he said that Bush's SOP is, quote, to create a sense of crisis, a fake crisis, and then to, through fear, stampede the American people into a certain direction. That often is into the waiting arms of his Bush's corporate allies, unquote. The World Trade Center disaster was an epic tragedy twofold. The tight media controls the Jewish people have over the American people, and the media of the rest of the world has guaranteed that any who offer evidence that the Jews were involved is automatically anti-Semitic, unpatriotic, and just plain stupid. Americans suffered the attacks and then suffered the deception, not knowing who their true enemies are, while they send their sons and daughters to foreign lands to die and be hurt for Israeli foreign policy agendas. All the terrorists were Saudi Arabian, and yet no Americans are rising up demanding that the USA invade Saudi Arabia. The Jewish war against the Israelite-descended peoples of Europe and America has never ended. This hatred is only masked more cleverly, and the battles are so sophisticated that the victims have no idea who it is that rules and yet destroys them. Isometric year, 1995 AD. Oklahoma City bombing by Timothy McVeigh. Major crop circle formation at Longwood Warren of Solar System in 2033 AD. Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin assassinated at a peace rally. 1. Dark Moon. 2. Sight Unseen. 3. Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster. 6. David Ray Griffin, Paranoia, issue 50. 9. Jewish supremacy. 19. Camouflage through limited disclosure. 2002 AD, 5896 AM. The United States government at the cabinet level is restructured, creating an illegal and unconstitutional Homeland Security Department that oversees the numerous federal agencies, a filter that put the control of the many in the hands of the few and alienates the president from US intelligence. Only a massive terrorist scare or nuclear threat could have affected this blatant restructuring of the government. The Homeland Security Department effectively allows the elitists to control the government not be the government. US invasion of Afghanistan occurs. The American public bulldozed into believing that a small, once CIA-backed resistance movement in Afghanistan, called the Taliban, was actually an international terrorist threat to the USA. Not one Saudi that hijacked the jets in 2001 was a member of the Taliban. The Windmill Hill Formation appeared in July 18th, and on July 26th, NORAD tracked UFOs over Washington, D.C., exactly 50 years after July 26th, when UFOs were visually seen over Washington, D.C. As in 1952, fighter jets were sent to intercept, and eyewitnesses reported on Fox News that they watched Air Force jets chase a UFO across the sky. Isometric year 1994 AD. See example under 1998 AD. 2003 AD, 5897 AM. Just after the 108th Congress that convened in January, the Space Shuttle Columbia on re-entry burnt up and broke apart, killing the 7 astronauts, pieces falling on Texas. On March 19th, President Bush Jr. announced that the USA would invade Iraq, long in planning. This date was the day of Purim, the Jewish holiday celebrating their ancient victory over Babylon, Iraq. Using the lie that Iraq harboured hidden weapons of mass destruction, the Bush administration relied on this deception because it was already well known that the American public would never accept that Iraq had something to do with the 9/11 attacks, when the US government could still not answer how Afghanistan was involved on September 11th. The US armed forces demonstrated their incredible capability to neutralise an enemy with its shock and awe campaign of strategic cruise missile attacks and use of stealth bombers that within minutes left Baghdad and surrounding areas in chaos, without communications and effective leadership. Iraq falls to the USA, Babylon to Ephraim. The United States, a slave to those who are controlled by the hidden Zionist powers in Washington, went to war against a nation that had never raised a finger against her or her people. US forces occupied Basra, and interestingly in 1933, H.G. Wells wrote that in the future World War III, this was even before World War II, would come from events that occurred in Basra, Iraq. This was 70 years after the prediction. Astronomers discover UB313, a planetary body further away than Pluto inside the Kuiper belt. It is later named Eris. On November the 4th, the largest solar flare ever recorded exploded from the Sun's surface. This was the X22 flare, now known to have really been an X45 flare, twice the size of any known flare, but it pointed away from Earth. Still, main power failures left 50 million people without electricity in 8 states and in Ontario for 2 days. A very controversial and demonised researcher who was formerly a member of the House of Representatives, David Duke, wrote, quote, "In modern America, Jews lead the efforts to de-Christianise America. More importantly, Jews dominate the very unchristian mass media. Book publishing and distribution, major newspapers, magazines, movies and television are empires in which Jews are greatly overrepresented and Christians are vastly underrepresented." Unquote. Duke demonstrates that as of 2003 AD, the Jews are secretly in control of 90% of the information that Americans are exposed to. Victims unaware that everything they are told and see is through a Jewish filter. The following are all owned and or controlled by Jews, many of them hardcore Zionists, anti-American, pro-Israeli supremacists. Time Magazine, Newsweek, US News and World Report, People, Fortune, Sports Illustrated, the New York Times, Washington Post and all those papers they own, Wall Street Journal, the TV networks, CBS, NBC, ABC, CNN News Group, Nickelodeon, HBO, MTV, Showtime, Time Warner, Walt Disney Television, part of AOL, and the movie studios Warner Brothers, Castle Rock, New Line Cinema, Touchstone Television, Buena Vista Television, Touchstone Pictures, Hollywood Pictures, Caravan Pictures, Miramax Films, Paramount Pictures, Viacom, Universal Studios, New World Entertainment, DreamWorks and many others unmentioned here. It is imperative that Zionists deal harshly with those who expose their control over America and the nations of the world. Already in Europe there are authors in prison for publishing material that exposes the lie of the Holocaust. Jewish organisations have pushed European governments to incarcerate those daring researchers who exposed the Jewish lies about World War II and their decades-long extortion of Germany for continued war reparations. Isometric year 1993 AD. NASA's Mars Observer spacecraft burned up in the atmosphere entering Mars skies. US missile strike destroyed the Iraqi intelligence headquarters in Baghdad. Asteroid Tritatis nearly hit the Earth. Solar flare affected Earth in 1993. 1. Synagogue of Satan. 2. William Dankenbrink Prophecy Flash Volume 22. 4. Jewish supremacism. 2004 AD, 5898 AM. US forces occupy Iraq. Gigantic asteroid Apophis discovered, named after Egyptian god of destruction and darkness. Scheduled to pass close in 2029, and gravitational pull of Earth may cause it to collide in 2036. On June 8th, the transit of Venus was watched around the world as the tiny planet Venus passed over the fiery orb of the Sun. Last transit occurred in 1822. Next will occur in 2012. The world's most powerful quake in 40 years occurred beneath the Indian Ocean, causing tsunami that killed 200,000 people in 12 nations of South Asia, 9.2 magnitude. After nearly 16 centuries, the Jewish Sanhedrin reconvened at the same locale where they had been dissolved, Tiberias. Isometric year 1992 AD. Planetary orbit QB1 1992 discovered and Swift-Tuttle comet appeared. Hurricane Andrew devastated Florida. 2005 AD, 5899 AM. US forces are still fighting in Iraq. Quake killed 80,000 in India and Pakistan. Hurricanes Katrina and Rita devastate US coastal cities, destroying much of New Orleans and Central America. Katrina accompanied by 33 tornadoes. Katrina destroyed oil refineries and platforms in Gulf of Mexico. Astronomers took first direct photo of an exoplanet, a strange planet twice the size of Jupiter, about 100 AU's distance from the Sun. An AU, astronomical unit, is 93 million miles, an exoplanet being a planet that does not orbit a star. The most distant planet of our solar system, recognised by astronomers, is Neptune, which is 30 AU's from the Sun. The closest star to our Sun is 4.2 light-years, Alpha Centauri, meaning that this newly discovered exoplanet is a member of our own solar system. 70 additional AU's is nothing. This new exoplanet is probably a sighting of Phoenix or Nibiru on its way back toward the inner system. Phoenix is 35 years away and Nibiru 41 years from returning. After the sighting, official information on the object has been censored from the public. Amazing crop formation appeared of a pyramid bordered with intricate designs of geometrical rings, mathematically encoding the sum of 7344, 2448 times 3. The entire length of the Great Pyramid's timeline from 5239 BC to 2106 AD, 6000 AM. Isometric year 1991 AD. US forces defeat Iraq in Desert Storm. Iraqis destroying many oil wells. Cyclone in India kills 139,000 people. China suffers worst floods since 1930s. 2006 AD, 5900 AM. NASA's Swift satellite detected a gamma ray burst, indicating a birth of a supernova 440 million light-years away in Aries. Astronomers published the existence of 200 known extrasolar planets, 23% of these being exoplanets. In this year, Hubble's Space Telescope discovered 16 planets, 26,000 light-years away, that orbit their parent stars rapidly, some even orbiting their stars in only 10 Earth hours. Discovery of UB313 is now made known to the public, a moon-side object beyond Pluto in the Kuiper belt called Eris. A meteorite entered Earth's atmosphere and collided into a mountain in Reisadalen, Norway, with a force equal to the Hiroshima bomb. Between July 2nd and 3rd, a large asteroid half a mile wide ascended from below the ecliptic and passed between Earth and the Moon, travelling at 40,000 miles per hour, vanishing again. It has passed completely undetected at first. Good Morning America on ABC initially reported the sighting, But within 15 minutes, all subsequent news articles changed their focus to the earlier discovery and known asteroid Apophis, which had nothing to do with this new unknown asteroid. This same asteroid has a complete 92-year orbit, 52 years below the ecliptic and 40 years over the ecliptic, and will travel over the Sun for 40 years. And upon its descending node in 40 years, in 2046 AD, this asteroid will collide into the North American continent, ending the United States. Scientists assert that the magnetic North Pole has wandered 500 miles since it was first measured in 1831, the polar shift now accelerating 25 miles a year. This polar wandering is due to the rapid approach of Phoenix 34 years away, that will in 2040 initiate a total pole shift cataclysm, as well as the approach of the much larger Nibiru 40 years away. A quake in Jakarta, Indonesia killed 5,000 and triggered volcanism from Mount Merapi. Scientists at the Collège de Paris in France discovered that humans have core geometrical knowledge embedded within their brains, another evidence of the isometric reality of our space-time structure. This author's book, Lost Scriptures of Giza, was published in 2006, the first book demonstrating completely the real history and purpose of the Great Pyramid of Giza and the deliberate misinformation published about the mysterious non-Egyptian monument. There are in this year 111 confirmed elements in existence, but as many as 118 awaiting confirmation officially. This year begins the conclusion of 118 jubilees, 50-year periods of ancient Hebrews, only 2 jubilees remaining until Armageddon, 100 years. The entire 6,000 years of mankind's curse is 120 jubilees, the number 120 representing the foundation of something. It will likewise be discovered that there are 120 elements that make up the material creation. All others beyond 120 are composites of the others. The tallest tree in the world on record is discovered at 379.1 feet in Redwood National Park, called Hyperion, name of a titan. Isometric year, 1990 AD. Hubble Space Telescope begins a whole new era of astronomy and discoveries. 1. USA Today. 2. 2007 Almanac. 2007 AD, 5901 AM. Exactly 1,080 years after it was buried in 927 AD, a Viking hoard of coins was discovered in England. See 927 AD. Michael Jersa, an Assyriologist, discovered an ancient tablet record of Nebo-Sarsekim, a Babylonian eunuch who was found mentioned in the biblical book of Jeremiah in the Old Testament. The tablet record dates to the 9th year of the reign of King Nebuchadnezzar II. Zawi Hawass of Egypt matched a tooth from a box with the name of the famous Queen Hatshepsut with an unidentified mummy in the possession of the Antiquities Department, she having ruled over 35 centuries earlier. Paleontologist Mary Schweitzer discovered proteins in a fossil of a Tyrannosaurus rex. In February off the coast of New Zealand, a fisherman caught a living colossal squid, larger than a giant squid, weighing about 1,000 pounds. It was 33 feet long and was caught in the act of devouring an Antarctic toothfish. It is believed that the colossal squid can get much larger. Isometric year, 1989 AD. 2008 AD, 5902 AM. Russian loyalists in Georgia plan to secede to Russia, and the Georgian military responds with strikes against the traitors. Russia responds with a full-scale military invasion of Georgia during the opening ceremonies of the 2008 Olympics in China. A lunar eclipse was followed by a 6.0 magnitude quake in Nevada, USA, and another quake in Indonesia 3 days later. On March 18th, the sky over San Antonio and parts of southern Texas rained mud from a clear sky. Local meteorologists claimed that the dirt falling from the sky was from brush fires in Mexico. A lie. On May 8th, 731 tornadoes had afflicted the USA since the start of the year. Also in May and June, quakes killed 68,000 people in China. In May, a cyclone killed 100,000 in Myanmar or Burma. Europeans begin plans to build a gigantic telescope, 138 foot wide, paralleling 138-year orbit of planet Phoenix. to search the heavens for exoplanets, a building that will stand 21 stories high and located in the southern hemisphere, where Nibiru will be clearly seen as it approaches. In this year, the Phoenix lander touched down on Mars and took soil samples, searching for signs of life. Water was discovered on Mars. The world televised Super Bowl was in Phoenix, Arizona, and on April 21st over the city of Phoenix were filmed UFOs shown on national television. In this year, When the Sun Darkens, about Planet Phoenix's return in 2040 AD, was accepted for publication by Booktree in San Diego, released in 2009. An official royal seal that had belonged to Queen Jezebel of Phoenicia, Israel, was discovered, the wife of the Israelite king Ahab. She is painted as an evil princess who introduced Baal worship in Israel and murdered the prophets of God, ever seeking to kill Elijah. This year was 2592 years, 864 times 3, after the fall of Judah. The Bush family ends their rule over the United States, having maintained 144 months of rule, 4 years of Bush Sr. and 8 years of Bush Jr. The influence of the Bushes extends much deeper than the presidency, Bush Sr. having been the director of the CIA, and his father Prescott Bush, influential in international commerce, found guilty of criminality in the Trading with the Enemy Act, when his aid of the Nazi Party was discovered. Bush Sr. took office as the President of the United States in 1988, this year's isometric year. This isometric projection begins and ends with blood-related presidents both named George Bush. Barack Hussein Obama is elected as the first black president of the United States, his campaign rocketing him to instant fame by the immeasurable wealth of foreign organisations and individuals who funded his emergence. His chief ally was the Jewish-controlled media that heralded him as a black messiah. Born in a foreign country of parents from Kenya, Africa, Obama and his handlers have effectively blocked all American demands from government requests to private litigation, seeking proof of his constitutional right to be president, a birth certificate authenticating his lie that he was born in the US. Obama is an anti-American socialist and closet Muslim, vehemently against Christianity and the ideals of the founding fathers of the Anglo-Saxon government of the USA. However, he is also the dark fulfillment of an ancient prophecy against Ephraim, future blood-descended Israel, America. Quote, "You shall be defeated by your enemies. Those who hate you shall reign over you. The alien who is among you shall rise higher and higher above you, and you shall come down lower and lower." Unquote. Leviticus and Deuteronomy. Since the dawn of the white-dominated Western world civilization in 753 BC, with the start of Rome, predecessor of the United States Empire, the administration of European governments from monarchies to democracies has always been headed by white men and women, and the history of ancient Israel is the same, having assimilated these Caucasian cultures as well. But with the election of Barack Obama, 2,760 years of precedent was broken in that a black man became the head of the Western world, this being 552 times 4 years, 4 Phoenix cycles. Isometric year 1988 AD, Bush Sr. became President of the United States. 1. The Poison King. 2009 AD, 59:03 AM. President Obama inaugurated as first black president of the United States, exactly 144 years, golden proportion number, after 1865 AD, when blacks in the South were freed when the Union defeated the Confederacy in the American Civil War. US forces still occupy Iraq and continue fighting against hostile elements. An A330 Airbus, French, crashed into the Atlantic from Rio de Janeiro to Paris. Isometric year 1987 AD, Iraq and war with Iran. 2010 AD, 59:04 AM. The Gulf oil disaster was caused by faulty equipment of British Petroleum, formerly called the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, in the Gulf of Mexico, which initiated the worst man-made ecological disaster in history. Adding to the ruin of the sea life was the immense amount of toxic chemicals employed as oil dispersants. The breach may have caused natural fracturing of the seabed, which involves more leakage that cannot be contained. The toll on Gulf sea life is incalculable. This author's book, Anunnaki Homeworld, concerning return of planet Nibiru in 2046 AD, and Return of the Anunnaki Watchers was finished and submitted for publication, but not released till late 2011. This book unveils the true orbital history of our planet Earth and the geometrical timelines encoded in the Great Pyramid's measurements that relate to 2046 AD, Anunnaki invasion, destruction of North America in 2046, and return of the Watchers to Earth. Incidentally, 2010 AD is 6,048 years, 864 times 7, since Earth began the present orbit around the Sun, which changes in 2046 AD. This year was also 3456 years, 864 times 4, after the exodus of Israel from Egypt, and 5448 years, pyramid inch height of present Great Pyramid, since the Anunnaki first descended and interacted with humans in 3439 BC. In this year, this author also finished Descent of the Seven Kings, the full history of the Anunnaki presence on Earth. Isometric year 1986 AD, nuclear disaster of Chernobyl, Ukraine facility that contaminated Europe, previously unknown chamber found inside Great Pyramid. 2011 AD, 5905 AM. A submarine quake in the Pacific results with a terrific tsunami that devastates Japan, killing tens of thousands and causing a major nuclear meltdown incident. The controversy over the foreign identity of President Obama intensifies as his wife, First Lady Michelle, squanders US wealth with expenditures that no prior First Lady has ever had authority to spend. The American bitterness over the abuses of power and blocks on all investigations into Obama's identity intensify, with major US population backing of the Tea Party movement that is largely censored by the anti-American media. Isometric year 1985 AD. Cyclone in India killed 10,000 and quakes afflict Mexico and South America. 2012 AD, 5906 AM. Celebrated end of the Mayan long count in December, which is wrong. At the start of 2012, Anunnaki Homeworld is made available around the world, which exhibits charts showing that the Mayan long count could not have ended in 2012, but ends exactly in the summer of 2046 AD. The transit of Venus occurs in 2012. Israel will conduct military strikes against Arab countries or country, and in the United States there will be a racial riot. Isometric year 1984 AD. Civil war in Lebanon with Israeli involvement. Temple Institute in Jerusalem begun. Iran-Iraq war continues. This ends Chronicon 2.